Come to Helmuth Ford, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
Hi, this is Stacy from Shuttler Insurance Services. Come see me on the east side of the square in Sigourney for all your insurance needs.
Jace Race 2025 is Saturday, June 7th at the North Mahaska Junior Senior High School in New Sharon. The 5K starts at 8 a.m., followed by the 1 mile fun run. To sign up, use the links on the North Mahaska Education Foundation's Facebook page. Pre-registration guarantees you a t-shirt, but you can also sign up the day of the race. There will be some giveaways and first place prizes. In memory of Jace Carrico, who passed in 2008, the Carrico family appreciates the community's support.
Southern Iowa, it's rodeo time. The 2025 Albia Chamber Main Street Rodeo returns Saturday, June 7th at the Monroe County Fairgrounds. Rogue Rodeo brings us 8 thrilling events, a bull ride showdown, comedy from Ronald Burton, and the dazzling Diamonds and Dust performance. Gates open at 5 p.m. for food, fun, and high-energy action await. Tickets on sale now at albiachambermainstreet.org. Adults $15 in advance, $20 at the gate. Kids only $10. Saddle up for a night of tradition and thrill. Don't miss it.
Hi, I'm Brenda Pape, owner of the Unique Salon here in Oskaloosa, Iowa, and we are hiring a hairstylist. This station could be yours if you're interested in the job here at the Unique Salon. We have openings for a commission-based stylist or even a rental stylist. So if you're interested, please get back to me at the Unique Salon, 673-4969. Thank you.
And welcome in to Pekin North Mahaska softball here on Steve Shuttler Media. Yeah, Josh Clubb and I made a flying trip from Sigourney after the sports section, and we are in Packwood now for doubleheader action on what looks to be a really nice Saturday morning here, Josh. I know there's rain in the forecast a little bit later on, but right now things are looking good for the start of our game here in Pekin for Pekin and North Mahaska. And, yeah, we're both just getting settled in here. Got started kind of at the last second with our normal coverage, although it looks like we'll have just a few seconds here of warm-up to kind of get our bearings. Josh is scrambling to get information lined up for the broadcast today. Josh is alive and well, though.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm good. I helped out with the starting lineups again today, so just getting names written in the book and everything like that as we settle in. As Steve mentioned, doubleheader here. Play 2 full 7-inning games. As you can see out there, you got Addie Smith warming up for the Panthers right now as they're getting ready to get this thing underway. And we'll have, at the conclusion of the first game, a 10-15 minute break for the officials before we jump right in to the second half of this doubleheader. But as they're warming up here, Steve, I'm gonna talk out what's going on, but I'm also going to be filling out my lineup card at the same time so we can keep stats on this one. Leading off for the Warhawks will be the shortstop Olivia Ridgway, she's number 9, and then you got Maddie Donan and Kayla Shipman due up here for the Warhawks as we are set to get underway. As I mentioned, pitching for Pekin will be Addie Smith. You got Carly Gamble back there behind the plate. Hannah Hadley at first. Ezra Parsons at second. Shortstop is Kendra Schultz. Third baseman is Maya Bainbridge. Left field, Ivory Small, Abby Geis out in center. Maya Glick is in right, and Michaela Shuttlefield is batting for Glick. First pitch is in there for a called strike one. As Ridgeway digs in, Smith's second pitch is fouled right back to the catcher's mask for strike number 2. As Smith deals the 0-2. Pitches in the dirt for ball number 1. As these two teams settle in, and Steve and I settle in, actually don't have my headphones even on yet, so this pitch is high for ball number 2. We'll get there. We got plenty of time to do so. Potential 14 innings of softball with a break in between. Plenty of time to get ourselves set up as this game settles in. Smith deals the 2-2. This is called strike 3, and Ridgeway will go down looking for the first out of the game. That'll bring up the first baseman, Maddie Donan, wearing number 10. Donan, a junior for these Warhawks. Smith fires the pitches, hits the dirt in front of the plate for ball number 1. Non-conference matchup for these two is the Pekin Panthers sitting at 2-4 on the season, and the Southeast Iowa Super Conference North. The Warhawks come from the South Iowa Cedar League, sitting at 7-1. Pitches inside for ball 2. Warhawks' lone loss came against Sigourney, Steve, in the game that we covered the other night. So off to a great start here thus far in conference play for the Warhawks. Here's the pitch from Smith. Swung on a miss for strike 1. Moves the count to 2-1 with 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Smith delivers the 2-1. This is swung on a miss for strike number 2 on Donan. The 2-2 is high for ball 3. Count is full now for Donan. Standing in the on-deck circle for the Warhawks is Kayla Shipman, the center fielder. As she watches the 3-2 from Smith, and she rolls it across home plate for ball 4. First base runner is aboard for the Warhawks. Scalia Shipman, center fielder for North Mahaska. First pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. And Donan over there at first got a big jump. Got about halfway there, but does come back. Smith fires the 0-1 to Shipman. Swung on a miss. Got her chase upstairs. Runner's going to take off. The throw is wild. It goes into center field. Geis is there, but not before Donan makes it to third on the throw. The 0-2 to Shipman. Swung on a miss for strike 3. They throw back to third. Nearly got Donan back at third, but the ball popped out of the glove of Bainbridge. This brings up Reagan Gruey, the pitcher for the Warhawks. Pitch is swung on and popped straight back and out of play for strike number 1. The 1 is fouled back for strike number 2. And Smith has gotten 3 of the 4 batters thus far in a 0-2 count. See if she can finish off Gruey here. The 0-2. Swung on and hit hard to Bainbridge, and she snags the line drive for the 3rd out, and that will send us to the bottom of the 1st inning. Starting out for the Panthers will be Gamble, Smith, and Parsons.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. And we thank Oski Dental for being a sponsor on Pekin and North Mahaska softball here on Steve Shuttler Media Facebook and YouTube. Just a reminder, if you know of somebody who couldn't make it to the game today here in Pekin, and you can share this video with them on Facebook or YouTube. Make sure they know they can watch the game. Now, we do have combined sponsors because, of course, we're covering both Pekin and North Mahaska softball games this month here on Steve Shuttler Media. So you're seeing a combination of the Pekin sponsors and the North Mahaska sponsors rotating in your bottom right corner, and also with our video ads as well today. So thanks to all of our sponsors for being on board for softball and baseball coverage this summer here on Steve Shuttler Media, Facebook and YouTube. Again, after the top of the 1st, we're scoreless, Pekin and North Mahaska. And we'll get back to the action here momentarily. Josh Clubb has the call of the game. We've had a busy morning so far. Josh and his junior high softball team were on the sports section. We did that just a little while ago in Sigourney at Barnwired, and then we got in my car and zoomed to Packwood for the game this morning.
We did zoom, and we got here just enough time to do the starting lineups and get this thing going.
I'm going to go visit the concession stand, Josh. If anything exciting happens, just hold down the fort, and I'll get back in here in just a minute.
Sounds good. Well, I will apologize in advance for any dead air you may hear, as I'm still trying to get everything filled in and set up to get this thing going. As the throwdown is complete to start the bottom of the 1st inning, it is Gamble stepping in for the Warhawks. Carly Gamble, a freshman. Catcher for Pekin. I might have just said Gamble is for the Warhawks. First pitch to her is upstairs for ball number 1. And Reagan Gruey throwing for North Mahaska. The pitch is swung on and hit high to the air, right to the second baseman Falb, and she makes the grab. Didn't even have to take a step. Did Falb in the second base position for the 1st out of the inning. So Gamble just getting underneath of it a little bit, and the leadoff hitter is retired. That'll bring up the pitcher, Addie Smith. Smith is a sophomore for these Panthers from the left side. First pitch to her. She approaches in a slapper's position. Lets it go by for ball number 1. Second pitch is fouled back. Got her to chase one upstairs, but she's able to fight it off foul. Where the Warhawks line up, you got Olivia Ridgway at shortstop. Maddie Donan is at first base. Second base is Addie Falb. Pitch is slapped right to the shortstop, Ridgway, for the second out. So a pop up to second and a line out to shortstop is how the Panthers start their first at bat. And that'll bring up Ezra Parsons. Playing second base today. Pitched last night against Wapello. Here's the pitch. And this is a changeup for ball number 1. Bounced a few feet in front of home plate. Gets her to chase one upstairs, and she fouls this one back and just caught the top edge of the net. I thought that was...
I thought we were going to get that one.
I did too. I mean, it just caught the cable that holds the net up and stayed in the field. So it's a 1-1 to Parsons. Pitch is swung on and hit hard to the shortstop Ridgway. She fires over to first in time for the third out. So the Panthers go down in order, and we will head to the top of the top of the second inning. Due up for the Warhawks will be 5, 6, and 7 hitters, and Howell, Reedshaw, and Falb.
The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. And we thank Fremont Funeral Chapel for being on board for Pekin softball. We're doing Pekin and North Mahaska today here in Packwood, Iowa. We just had the sports section on here just a little while ago. A.J. Johnson from KTVO is our new host for the summertime on the sports section. A.J. making his debut. He did a fantastic job earlier talking to some of the Keota softball girls and to Sigourney Junior High softball. Next week we'll have Sigourney baseball and also Addison Adam from Cardinal Track scheduled for next week's sports section. Again, live from Barn Wired each Saturday morning at 8 a.m. Again, we're in Packwood today, doubleheader action, first game of 2, and we're heading into the second inning, scoreless between Pekin and North Mahaska.
Alrighty, and due up for the first batter is the designated player, Lydia Howell, for the Warhawks. As Addison Smith starts her second inning of work. And we're set to go. And Steve, I'm going to have to switch my chairs. This chair I'm in, and it keeps sinking down. I get lower and lower with every pitch. First pitch is called strike on Howell. Warhawks did get one base runner last inning via the walk. Only base runner in the game thus far. Pitch is swung on a miss for strike 2. 2 strikeouts in the first inning for Smith. And she's got an 0-2 count on Howell right now. This is upstairs for strike 3, and Howell goes down swinging for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Kayla Reedshaw. Reedshaw over at third base this morning. I keep wanting to say tonight. The pitch is high. Smith pitches low and in for ball number 2. The way the day's started for Addison Smith is a rare spot for her to be down in the count. She's been starting out ahead in each count. See if she can battle back here. 2-0 count to Reedshaw. This is low for ball number 3. 3-0 now to Kayla. Pitch is high, and she walks her in 4 pitches. With 1 out, we have a runner at first, and Edison Falb, second baseman for the Warhawks, steps in. The pitch is bunted down the first base line. Good looking bunt. Bainstrom tries to get there. She can't get it flipped in time. Reedshaw's going to move up to third on the play, and Falb reaches safely. Falb will get an infield single as that ball just rolled nicely up the first base line. Falb actually takes second base as well on the play. First pitch to Banstra is called strike 1. Billy Banstra, a freshman for these Warhawks. Next pitch is flared to the right side and out of play foul for strike 2. 1 out, runners at second and third for the Warhawks. Banstra batting in the 8th spot. Pitch is called strike 3. They throw back to third, and they get Reedshaw caught in a pickle. They get her home, and they're going to get her for the 3rd out. So that's a strike them out, throw them out, double play, and Pekin gets out of the jam, and we will head to the bottom of the 2nd inning, still scoreless. Due up for the Panthers will be Bainbridge, Hadley, and Schultz.
For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Ollie, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook. All right, we do thank Daisy Do Landscaping for being a Pekin sponsor here on Steve Shetler Media. We're doing Pekin North Mahaska, 2 of our teams that we cover somewhat regularly here on Steve Shetler Media. And we're going to the bottom of the 2nd, 0-0. And we thank all of our Pekin and North Mahaska sponsors for being on board. Pretty nice morning here in Packwood, Iowa. Again, supposed to have some rain later on, but I think it's going to hold off until afternoon, hopefully until we're done with our softball action here today. Again, Josh Clubb here doing the play-by-play. And Josh, you're frantically writing notes and still getting caught up. We didn't get here very early at all before the game started, so yeah.
Yep, just trying to get the book in order and everything. It is nice that it's 2 teams that we do cover, so familiar with the names and just knowing by looking at the players of who they are. So it does help a little bit, but still trying to get it up there so we can, as the game progresses on, we can talk about what they've done and where they're at. This brings up Maya Bainbridge. First pitch to her is a ball. Yeah, this misses high as well for ball 2. 2-0 to Bainbridge, third baseman. North Mahaska was set up well there, 2nd and 3rd with 1 out, but then this pitch is driven and a single finds its way into left field for Maya. First hit of the game for the Panthers, and Anna Hadley comes to the plate with no one out. Gruey winds, delivers. The pitch is swung on and fouled down the third base line for strike one. The 0-1 is high and away for ball two. Pitch is swung on and hit a mile in the air. In foul territory, Reedshaw comes over and cannot secure the catch. Ball pops out of her glove. So Hadley will stay alive. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Anna. Bainbridge remains at first base. Gruey's pitch. Tried something off speed, came out of her hand wrong, and rolls to home plate. So it's 2-2 now to Hadley. This pitch is popped up in the infield right back to Gruey. She makes the grab. Bainbridge back safely for the first out. And I'll bring up Kendra Schultz for, excuse me. Yes, it is Kendra Schultz. Got mixed up there. First pitch to her is called strike one. Kendra, the shortstop here today for Pekin. Here's a changeup that froze her for strike two. The 0-2 is swung on and hit hard up the middle, and this is going to find its way into center field. Bainbridge is going to hold at second. And the Panthers have runners at first and second with 1 out. And Michaela Shuttlefield coming to the plate as the designated player tonight. Today. I keep saying tonight, Steve. I'm so used to doing this at night. Here's the pitch. Swung on a miss. Got her to chase one upstairs for strike one. The pitch goes right back to that changeup, and Shuttlefield watches it go by for strike number 2. 0-2 now. Pitch is swung on and hit right back to Gruey. She's going to go get the lead runner at third, and they get that for the second out as she flipped it to Reedshaw. And Bainbridge is out at third on the force. That'll put Shuttlefield at first. Schultz up to second. And Ivory Small steps in, the left fielder. The pitch is swung on a miss, got her to chase one upstairs for strike one. This misses inside for ball one. This is fouled, backing out of play. Got her to chase one upstairs, but Small able to get a piece of it to keep the at-bat alive. Gruey winds, delivers. This pitch is high, pops out of the glove, but runners will advance as it just pops out of Big East's glove. So now runners at second and third with 2 outs for the Panthers. Ivory Small awaits. The pitch is swung on and fouled off again. 2-2. Is the count. The pitch swung on and missed for strike 3, and that will end the inning. will head back. We will head to the third inning. Warhawks have Meelan, and then back to the top with Ridgeway and Donan.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP, is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
And again, we are doing live softball this morning here on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook, and YouTube. We thank all of our sponsors for both Pekin and North Mahaska. Our Pekin sponsors this year include Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Dew Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, and Fairfield Precast Concrete. Now that we've got time, we'll also thank our North Mahaska sponsors. Again, some of them are on both of our teams here. Oski Dental, Kelly Style at State Farm Insurance, First State Bank, Proline Building Company, Memories Travel by Jess, and Mahaska Drugs. So everybody on board for Pekin and North Mahaska softball on Steve Shetler Media. We go to the third inning.
And the 9-hitter, Brooklyn Meeland, playing right field tonight or today. Gee, I will probably do that the rest of the broadcast. I'm going to stop apologizing for it. It's just going to happen. Here's a pitch that is bunted back foul for strike number 1. So yes, I'm saying tonight, even though it's just a minute or two after 10 o'clock in the morning. Here's a pitch. This is bunted hard right back to the pitcher. She fires it over, and Hadley secures the grab for the first out. First leadoff hitter is retired for the Warhawks, and we'll go back to the top of the order in Olivia Ridgeway. She struck out looking her first time up in 4 pitches. Misses low and inside for ball number 1. Upstairs, ball 2. 2-0 now. The 2-0 is high for ball 3. Here is the 3-0 to leadoff hitter Ridgeway, and this is high, ball 4. Smith walks her in 4 pitches. That brings up first baseman Donan. She walked her first time up, worked the count full, moved all the way to third on a couple of throwing errors. First pitch to her, swung on a miss. Ridgeway takes off, and they nearly get her. They do, as Schultz comes over and gets the tag. Nice throw by Gamble, and Ridgeway is caught stealing. Pitch was swung on and missed for Donan, so she's down 0-1, 1 out, or 2 outs, excuse me. The pitch swung on and hit hard to right field. Retreating all the way back to the fence and gone. Home run for Donan, and our first scorer of the game. Madeline Donan, the junior, sends a shot to right field. Opposite side power, and the Warhawks lead 1-0 in the top of this third innings. 2 outs. as the Panthers have a brief infield meeting. With their pitcher, and the way Donan reacted, I think she was surprised that actually left. And here is Shipman. First pitch to her is swung on and flared over to Hadley. She makes the grab for the third out. So the Warhawks get the first score of the game on the solo shot. Due up for the Panthers will be the number 9 hitter Geist, then back to the top to Gamble and Smith.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
See State Farm agent Kelly Style in Oskaloosa at 309 High Avenue East for auto, home, business, life insurance, health insurance, and more. Kelly Style's mission at State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Call Kelly at 641-673-0088 or go to kellystyleinsurance.com. That's Kelly Style State Farm Insurance, 309 High Avenue East, Oskaloosa. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And thanks to Kelly Style of State Farm Insurance for being on board for North Mahaska softball and baseball coverage here on Steve Shuttler Media. We're doing Pekin and North Mahaska, two of our teams that we follow here on Steve Shuttler Media, and they are colliding here in Packwood this morning on a Saturday morning for some Saturday softball. Got two games in store for you today. We're getting to the bottom of the third here, and North Mahaska has taken the lead 1-0. Pekin coming up to bat. Josh Clubb with the play-by-play.
All right, number 9 hitter for the Panthers, and Abby Geist, the center fielder. First pitch to her is bunted down the third base line and just sneaks foul for strike one. Rui's pitch is outside for ball number 1. This pitch is hit hard to center field, but settling underneath of it and making the grab is the center fielder Kayla Shipman for the first out. And that'll send us back to the top of the order for the Panthers. Carly Gamble. She lined out to the second baseman, Bulb. Pitch is high for ball 1. The 1-0 is swung on and hit in the air, foul territory, third base side, and Reedshaw is able to make the grab at the net for the second out. And that'll bring up the pitcher for the Panthers, Addie Smith, with 2 outs. Smith bunts it back to Gruey. She fires the first in time for the third out. Panthers go down in order. 1, 2, 3 here in the third inning, and we will head to the fourth inning with North Mahaska still leading 1-0 due up for the Warhawks. Reagan Gruey, Lydia Howell, and Kayla Reedshaw.
variety of structures, including commercial, municipal, agricultural, storage, and accessory buildings, as well as custom homes. Our customer-centered design build process ensures the project will meet your needs, however big or small. Whether you're looking to custom design a commercial or municipal building, add to your farm, or construct a hobby building, Proline is your partner every step of the way. Proline Building Company, the builder you know and trust. And we thank Proline Building Company in New Sharon for being on board for North Mahaska softball and baseball here on Steve Shuttler Media. Of course, we're doing a doubleheader today. Coming up next week, Monday, Keota and Sigourney baseball. Thursday, Pekin and Highland softball. And then Saturday, a week from today, Josh and I will be in Iowa City covering Pekin and Keota and Pekin and Central City, I believe, as Keota was just added onto that lineup here maybe just within the last day or two. So some fun softball and baseball coming up yet here over the next few weeks here on Steve Shuttler Media, Facebook, and YouTube. Again, Saturday morning in Packwood, we're going to the fourth inning. North Mahaska up 1-0 on Pekin.
All right, and ended that last inning with a pitcher's duel, and we'll start this inning with a pitcher's duel as Reagan Gruey will step in to face Smith. Called strike one. Gruey flared one over to Anna Hadley at first base in the first inning. The 0-1 is swung on and fouled straight back for strike number two. Smith winds to give Gruey the 0-2, and she not sure what that was, but it is a called strike three. I think that's might be her changeup, but didn't swing the arm around, just kind of flipped the ball forward. Yeah, certainly different look there. Froze Gruey for sure. Just instead of doing the circular arm motion, Smith just kind of flipped the ball out, the pitch, high and away for ball one. Misses inside, ball two. One out here in the top of the fourth inning. Pitch is swung on and popped over to right. Coming in, and I can't see what happens, but Glick out there must have made the catch because the Pekin fans are cheering. Had to be near foul territory as well. Again, can't see because of the dugout. Nonetheless, that is the second out.
Right field had a rough game last night, but that one must have been good.
Yep. Pitch is swung on and fouled straight back by Reedshaw. Interesting too, because it is a bit more breezy today,
yep.
And ball's moving with the wind. And yesterday it just wasn't moving. So, if you would guess that today would be a little bit tougher. But so far, so good out there in right field for Glick. Here is Smith. Gets called strike two on Reedshaw. Kayla walked her first time up against Smith. Made it all the way to third before she got caught in a pickle in between third and home and finally tagged out for the third out of the inning. And here she strikes out in 3 pitches. So now the Warhawks go down in order. And we will flip to the bottom of the fourth inning. Due up for the Panthers, Parsons, Bainbridge, and Hadley.
At First State Bank, we're proud to support the North Mahaska Warhawks because we believe in community, in teamwork, and in making a difference. With our Spirit cards, every time you use your card, First State Bank will donate to North Mahaska schools, helping our kids and schools thrive. So, Every swipe counts towards something bigger. Plus, we're a community-focused bank, right here at 102 South Main Street in New Sharon. First State Bank, where neighbors come first. Proud supporters of the Warhawks.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shetler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shetler Media, LLC. All right, we thank all of our sponsors on board for Pekin North Mahaska softball on this Saturday on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook, and YouTube. We're heading into the bottom of the fourth. This game's just cruising right along, Josh. Pitcher's duel for the most part, other than the home run for North Mahaska. We'll see what Pekin can do.
As Gruey sends one high into Parsons to start it off. Both pitchers throwing well. Base runners have came by, seeing eye singles and walks, but here's a changeup from Gruey, and she's quick to do that with the second pitch of the at bat. We'll see if Panthers pick up on it. And she winds. The 1-1 is swung on and flared to the right side. It may be, I thought maybe it'd stay in play, but it does get out of play. So it is just strike number 2. 1-2 now to Ezra Parsons. Playing second base today. Pitched last night against Wapello. 1-2 is high. Ball 1. Gruey got her to foul off that high one at the last pitch, and most pitchers will go right back up there if you're going to swing at them. Here's a pitch. Goes low and away this time and misses. For ball 4. Leadoff hitter is on for the Panthers. Did this in the second inning, but unable to get everybody around. As North Mahaska did a nice job of using the force plays on the lead runners. Here is Maya Bainbridge. First pitch is popped up to the third base side. Readshaw coming in and can't quite get there in time. DeGeest was trying to get over there, so is Gruey. 3 Warhawks. The ball still finds its way to the ground for a loud strike 1. This is ripped down the third base line and foul. Bainbridge has the swing speed and power to take the lead with one cut. We'll see if she can do it here. She's down 0-2 to Reagan Gruey. Got Ezra Parsons over at first. She walked. So we're in the fourth inning with North Mahaska leading 1-0. Gruey trying to hold on to the lead. The pitch goes outside. Ball 1. Here's 1-2, and this is low, I think, for ball 2. Parsons able to steal second as the ball popped out of DeGeest's glove momentarily. Good heads-up base running by Parsons. Gruey fires the 2-2. This pitch is swung on and hit hard to the left side, but foul out of play down the left field line. We'll stay at 2-2. Runner in scoring position with no one out in a 1-0 ball game. Maybe not with Bainbridge with her power and Hadley's power, but be a good situation to try some small ball. Here's a pitch, and this is stroked out to right center field, and this is going to fall for a base hit. Parsons will get to third, see if she tries home. She's going to try it, and now she's stuck. She gets back. No, she gets back safely. And here's a pitch. The throw back to second is through the glove, and now Parsons is going to come home and score. So Bainbridge heads up play with that timeout is to get more softballs for the umpire, but that single by Bainbridge got Parsons moving. Late jump as she was making sure the ball was going to fall, and then thought about going home, got caught, turned around, and when they threw back, it actually looked like from this angle she might have been out, but she was called safe. Bainbridge heads up play as they were messing with Parsons over there on the third baseline. She goes to second. They throw back to second, and the ball popped through the glove of Falb, and Parsons gets up and scores to tie it up at 1 apiece. And here's Anna Hadley. This pitch is chopped to the third baseman, Reshaw. She fields it, freezes Bainbridge at second, and throws her out at first for the first out. Nice defensive play there by Kayla Reedshaw to really make sure Bainbridge was not going to try to advance before she gunned out Hadley at first. Here comes Schultz. Schultz takes the first pitch and hits it down the right field line, and foul for strike one. Pitch is high for ball number 2. 2-1 now to Schultz. The pitch called strike on the inner half. 2-2. Schultz reached on. And here's a called ball is Gruey. Gruey stepped as she was advanced on the pitch. The runner should get third base here, and I think maybe that's what the umpires are talking about. But I guess now there's not really a balk in softball. As they're going to discuss it. Should just be an illegal pitch in a ball, or not really an illegal pitch. They do give Bainbridge third base. Let's see if he says the count here. Because it can't be. This, I think they might have baseball and softball maybe confused a little bit here. There's not really a balk that I know of in softball. Now they're saying because if you give the runner the base, then it's not a ball. They're going to discuss it again.
Well, she didn't pitch she didn't release it, did
well,
she?
you don't have to release it for a balk.
All right.
But I don't. And maybe there is. I don't think there is. I guess I've always illegal pitch has just been a ball, and
Should be an illegal pitch. And it's a ball.
yeah, okay, yeah, just
The runner should go back to second.
talking to Mr. Shuttlefield here, doing the scoreboard up from the press box. Scoreboard's still not working, but I could just consult with him, and that's what I was saying. Is what I thought, that there's not really a balk in softball. There's an illegal pitch, which is a ball to the batter. The runner does not get the base. So they're discussing again. Now that both coaches are out there, should happen is Bainbridge should be at second, and the count should be 3-2 on Schultz. We'll see if they get this all corrected and sorted out. But it would be in Pekin's benefit, and North Mahaska wouldn't be happy if they give her third base and call a ball. As they continue to discuss this, Steve, we'll go to your. Maybe we should call Neil and see what his ruling is.
Neil Crott is the known sports expert here.
He knows
Steve
everything.
Shetler Media.
He's a meteorologist.
Yes.
And he knows sports better than anybody else in Southeast Iowa. Okay, so now they got it right. They got it sorted out. They moved Bainbridge back to second. The count should be 3-2 now, full count on Schultz. The pitch is swung on and poked out to right field and foul out of play. Count remains full, 1 out with the runner at second. Panthers already got one across as Parsons walked and made her way all the way around. Here is the 3-2, and this is high, and they're going to walk Schultz, so you'll have runners at first and second with 1 out, and Aya Shuttlefield, the DP here tonight, steps in. She had a nice hit out to center field last night over the top of the center fielder's head. Pekin would take that right now. This is high and inside for ball 1. Just what I've seen so far from Bainers, has pretty good base speed. Pitch is high for ball 2. So if she can get a good read on any ball hit to the outfield, has a chance to come home. This is called strike 1. Moves the count to 2-1 to Shuttlefield. Are our Michigan listeners listening out there again today, Steve? The pitch swung on, and this is popped up to center field, shallow center field, and actually to the second baseman, fouled. And she makes the grab for the second out.
Yeah, comments are kind of quiet on the Facebook feed. If you're tuned in this morning, let us know where you're watching from.
That brings up Ivory Small. She struck out her first time up. First pitch is fouled right back to the net for strike 1. She struck out but was able to foul a few off in that first at bat. See if she can get it straightened out here as Gruey working hard to keep this game tied. This pitch is popped up. Catcher DeGeest tries to make the grab, and it pops out of her mitt for strike number 2. And that's a tough play to make as a catcher. You have very little reaction time, and the glove that you're using is not exactly designed to catch pop flies. Just naturally, the catcher wants to turn their glove over. A lot of times with a mitt, especially a softball mitt, you're almost better doing a basket catch. But you have very little time to react. Here's a pitch, and this is swung on and missed for strike 3. She'll be able to run as the drop third is in play. They get her out at first for a strikeout. And we will head to the 5th inning, but Pekin able to tie it up in the bottom of the 4th, and we are tied at 1-1. Due up for the Warhawks will be the 7, 8, 9 hitters and follow Banstra and Mealand.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. And Oski Dental, a huge supporter of Steve Shuttler Media. We thank them for being on board for both Pekin and North Mahaska softball and baseball coverage here on Steve Shuttler Media. Okay, so tuning in, we've got Tom Hadley, which is right below us down in the concession stand. They're listening. They're listening and watching on their devices. Thanks to Tom. And then we've got Louise watching from Pella this morning so far. Those are the folks that have told us where they're watching the softball game. Again, we're in Packwood, Iowa this morning, and a beautiful morning here in southeast Iowa. Pekin and North Mahaska softball. Top of the 5th about to get going.
You just about said tonight, didn't you?
It crossed my mind, yes.
You're a little more experienced in being on the air and talking about the time of the day it is, and you're not necessarily just doing this at night like me. So
your brain is programmed for nighttime.
Yes, during the day I build things. At nighttime I talk about things. But not the next few Saturdays. I won't be. We have some softball going to University of Iowa next weekend. I think then Lacey Sports Complex in Oski the following weekend.
Yep.
So nice nice complex there. As leading off, Valb takes the first pitch low, I think is what the call will be for ball one. As Addie Smith continues to work. Both pitchers Gruey and Smith having a nice game thus far. This pitch misses low. Ball two. Val bunted her way on. Laid down a beautiful one down the first base line. Here is the 2-0. This is swung on a miss for strike one. This is bunted. Third baseman Bainbridge fields it. Fires over to first in time. Great play by Maya Bainbridge to slide down and make that accurate throw to Hadley over there at first. And the leadoff batter is retired for the first out, and that'll bring up the number 8 hitter Banstra. She's playing out in the left field tonight. She struck out looking her first time up against Smith. Pitch is swung on and fouled, backing out of play for strike one.
Hey, we've got Melody and Hedrick watching. We've got Artie, our buddy Artie. Artie is watching in New Sharon. And then Sandy is tuned in from Kelowna today. So,
actually, a little surprised I didn't see Artie here when we got here today.
Yeah.
We run into him quite a bit when we're doing North Mahaska, but here's a ball inside. Must got a day off today.
Well, he probably doesn't get very many of those with North
No.
Mahaska Sports keeps him busy.
And he does a great job of it. Here is the 1-1 to Banstra. This pitch is swung on and hit on the ground into right field.
Right through
Goes
her legs.
through the legs of Glick. Rounding, getting second. They fire it in, and that's going to land Banstra at third. It'll go down as a single with an E9 to advance her. I actually didn't see that. I just trusted what Steve said.
Yep.
Would have been a single anyway, just in that spot between the second baseman and first baseman, hit hard enough, and no real chance of making that. What is that just showed up on the field? Looks like a tennis ball. Bainbridge throws back out in the field. There's a young lady over there, and it looks like she's practicing her softball pitching with a tennis ball. And
I think it was a wild pitch.
It was a little wild pitch, yeah. It happens when you're that age, and now she's shyly walking back to her parents. Here's the pitch, and this is I think she kept it out there, a bunt attempt by Mealand for strike one. So the Warhawks, in this tight scoring game, are going to look to try to get that runner home. No one out, or one out and runner at third. Mealand showed a bunt there, left it out there. Strike one. The pitch is bunted foul for strike two. Limits your options. Be interesting to see if they were going to do a true squeeze play. Mealand didn't seem like she was getting all the way up to the third baseman with her lead, but Bainbridge is going to retreat now with 2 strikes on Mealand. Pitch is swung on a miss for strike 3. And that'll send us back to the top of the order. And Olivia Ridgway, she has walked and struck out looking in this one. As Addie Smith trying to keep this runner bay. First pitch is grounded over to shortstop Parsons. She flips it over to Hadley in time for the third out. So the error does not end up costing the Panthers, and we will head to the bottom of the 5th inning, still tied at 1 apiece. Due up for Pekin will be Geis, and then back to the top in Gamble and Smith.
The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. Fremont Funeral Chapel, one of our Pekin sponsors here on Steve Shetler Media. We got Pekin and North Mahaska softball, bottom of the fifth. Our Pekin sponsors include Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Dew Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, also Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, and Fairfield Precast Concrete. On the North Mahaska side, we've got Oski Dental, Kelly Style at State Farm Insurance, First State Bank, Proline Building Company, Memories Travel by Jess, and Mahaska Drug. Also, in the comments, Josh, comments are now active. People are freely commenting. Ashley is pointing out, she says, how about the Chinese change-up by Addie Smith? Is that like a thing? A Chinese change-up?
That is the term. I drew a blank. I knew there was a name for it when it happened, and I was completely blank. I'm gonna make a new term called broadcaster's blank, when you know something but you can't spit it out,
there you go.
And you second guess everything you say, because I knew too on that balk, or that they originally called it a balk. I was really confident there's not really a balk in softball, and they shouldn't get the base, but I was second guessing myself. Yes, a Chinese change-up. And here is Abby Geis. It's a dangerous pitch to try. And Geis sends the first pitch out into shallow center field, and she's aboard with a first pitch single. She's, both times at bat, has made pretty solid contact in the 9 spot. Let's go back to the top for the Panthers with Gamble. She has grounded out to the second baseman and popped out in foul territory to third baseman Reedshaw here tonight. Tied at 1 apiece. See how Pekin wants to work this runner. This first pitch is hit out. The ball's hit deep to center field. Settling under it and making the grab is the center fielder Kalia Shipman for the first out.
Are there any other fancy pitching names that I need to be aware of, Josh?
Not off the top of my head, but the only difference is that you flip it forward versus doing the winding motion. First pitch to Schultz is a ball, and it's one of those that you're very limited on the number of times you can throw it. Here's the second one, swung on a miss, got her to chase one upstairs. So once they know you'll do it, if they see you do it, then it is a slow pitch. But it's kind of like a regular changeup, though, too. You can't overuse a regular changeup. As Gruey fires a low fastball in here to Smith. Strike 2, 1-2. Smith has grounded out to shortstop and lined out to shortstop here tonight. Or today. Did it again. Swung on a miss for strike 3. And that is the second out. Geis remains at first with that first pitch of the inning single. And we'll get down to Ezra Parsons. Parsons has walked and grounded out to shortstop today. His pitch is swung on and popped up to shallow right field. Ball drifting back and making the catch at the grass line for the third out. So we've played 5, and we are still tied at 1 apiece. Due up for the Warhawks will be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, Andonin, Shipman, and Gruey.
For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Dew Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Dew Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Dew Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Ollie, Iowa. You can find Daisy Dew Landscaping on Facebook.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, one of our big sponsors on Steve Shuttler Media, and also Daisy Dew Landscaping, who we heard from. Of course, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics sponsors our Athlete of the Week, and Lainey Batterson from EBF Softball voted our Athlete of the Week. We'll have a new poll going up on Monday afternoon for our players and our Team of the Week as well, sponsored by Kelly Style at State Farm Insurance. Going to the 6th. 1-1, Pekin and North Mahaska.
All right, and that will bring up first pitches. Get to that in a second. First pitch is called a ball to Donan. Maddie Donan playing first base today for the Warhawks and responsible for their only offense as she pops this right back up. Pitcher Smith is going to call off the catcher and make the grab for the first out. Didn't even get a chance to mention Donan's home run out to right field. As we are in the 6th inning. And I just wrote that score down in the 5th inning, so corrected that quickly. First pitch to Shipman is called a ball. Must have been close. Anytime you see that umpire kind of stand back up real slowly, they're thinking about their call they just made, meaning it was pretty close. This pitch is called a strike. 1-1.
Our umpire behind the plate seems like he's probably seen a game or two in his day.
He umpires a lot and still going strong. I don't know his name off the top of my head. Pitch is swung on the ground to the shortstop, fired over to first in time. Hadley secures the catch for the second out.
By the way, R.D. Keep is saying he is busy with the New Sharon Spring Festival today and the Jace race. So
okay.
I don't blame him. Yeah, he's busy.
Yeah. Well, we were hoping your guy had a day off, R.D. Here's the pitch. Low for ball 1 to Gruey. Reagan has struck out. She was the one that struck out to that Chinese changeup. Pitch is swung on a miss for strike 2.
That was the French fastball.
Or strike 1, excuse me. You going to name all the pitches? My God. All right, well, a rise ball is pretty common in
right.
softballs. The Russian
rise
rise ball, okay. That pitch was hit hard to left field, and
she looked foul to me. Just barely.
Just barely. Hit the fence just on the left side of the yellow pole out there. Strike 2. So 1 ball, 2 strike count to Gruey. This pitch is hit hard again to left field. She is probably not happy about that, the Chinese changeup. But that was back in the 4th inning. She struck out on that. In the 1st inning, she lined out to third baseman Bainbridge. And here she sent 2, now 3 extremely hard hit balls. That one almost hit her teammate there in the on-deck circle, Howell. But impressive. Howell didn't even flinch. She just watched it go by.
She didn't have time.
Yeah, that is true. She'll probably be watching this pitch instead of swinging, though. Tries the Chinese changeup again, and this time it doesn't work. Rolls it in. I don't think that everybody on the field was smiling for Pekin. Gruey was not. She's back in the box ready for business. The pitch swung on and fouled back, and nope, it's going to catch the top of the net and right back to Gamble's glove. Still 2-2 to Gruey. High and inside for ball 3. 3-2 now. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. No one on, in the way that Gruey's been fouling those pitches off. I certainly would try to paint a corner here. If she walks, but this pitch is hit hard right back to Smith. Smith bounces off her glove, picks it up, regroups, and fires over to first in time for the 3rd out. And that'll send us to the bottom of the 6th inning, still tied at 1 apiece. Due up for the Panthers will be Bainbridge, Hadley, and Schultz.
Proline Building Company in New Sharon designs and builds a wide variety of structures, including commercial, municipal, agricultural, storage, and accessory buildings, as well as custom homes. Our customer-centered design build process ensures the project will meet your needs, however big or small. Whether you're looking to custom design a commercial or municipal building, add to your farm, or construct a hobby building, Proline is your partner every step of the way. Proline Building Company, the builder you know and trust. See State Farm agent Kelly Style in Oskaloosa at 309 High Avenue East for auto, home, business, life insurance, health insurance, and more. Kelly Style's mission at State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Call Kelly at 641-673-0088 or go to kellystyleinsurance.com. That's Kelly Style State Farm Insurance, 309 High Avenue East, Oskaloosa. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And we thank Kelly Style of State Farm for being one of our sponsors on today's game and our North Mahaska coverage. And Kelly also sponsors our Team of the Week. And our Team of the Week for this past week was Cardinal Baseball. So congratulations to Cardinal. They had a bunch of votes this past week. Also keep in mind, coming up in the month of August, on Steve Shuttler Media Facebook. We have our weekly polls for Athlete and Team of the Week in August when it's kind of a dead month for high school sports. We'll have our end of the school year tournaments to crown our Athlete of the Year and our Team of the Year. So that's coming up here in the month of August. The top 16 vote getters in those categories will get into the Athlete and Team of the Year tournaments.
All righty. We will start at the bottom of the 6th inning with Bainbridge. First pitch to her is a changeup that's popped up to the shortstop Ridgeway. Olivia makes the grab for the first out. It's 1 pitch, 1 out for the Warhawks here. And that brings up Anna Hadley, playing first base tonight. Gruey's first pitch is swung on and hit hard to the right center gap. Rolling all the way to the fence. Hadley's going to try for 2. The throw in is over the head of Falb into the hand of Gruey, and Anna Hadley in with a double, 1-out double for Hadley. And we're going to get a pinch runner in for Hadley. Just double checking, and she's listed. She's will be a true pinch runner. As Bryn Lauderman, I think that's who was playing in right field yesterday. She's going to come in and run. First pitch, this pitch is grounded to the first baseman. She's going to have to make a play. She does. Runner advances to third, so 2 outs. First pitch of the at bat for all 3 of Pekin's hitters thus far. But 2 outs, runner on third. That is a go-ahead run at third base. And Michaela Shuttlefield steps in as the designated player. She's popped up to second base. First pitch to her is a called strike. Popped up to second base in the last at bat back in the 4th inning. The pitch. is swung on and flared to the third baseman. Reedshaw makes the grab for the third out. And great reaction by Kayla there at third, because that had that hit the ground, it probably would have spun back towards the plate, and Shuttlesfield would have had a chance to be safe. But nonetheless, that will send us to the seventh inning, and what would be the final inning, unless this tie is broken. Due up for the Warhawks will be Howell, Reedshaw, and Falb.
At First State Bank, we're proud to support the North Mahaska Warhawks because we believe in community, in teamwork, and in making a difference. With our Spirit Cards, every time you use your card, First State Bank will donate to North Mahaska schools, helping our kids and schools thrive. So, every swipe counts towards something bigger. Plus, we're a community-focused bank, right here at 102 South Main Street in New Sharon. First State Bank, where neighbors come first. Proud supporters of the Warhawks.
First State Bank in New Sharon, one of our North Mahaska sponsors here on Steve Shuttler Media, Facebook and YouTube for softball and baseball action this summer. Again, we're in Packwood today, Pekin North Mahaska softball. Next week, Monday, Keota Sigourney baseball. Thursday, Pekin Highland softball, and then Saturday evening, next Saturday, we'll have Pekin softball, a couple of games from the University of Iowa, Keota, and Central City. So, busy schedule this month on Steve Shuttler Media for baseball and softball. Let's go to the seventh, all knotted up at one apiece.
And we're going to start with Lydia Howell. Lydia has popped up to right field and struck out in this one. Third at bat against Smith. Eddie Smith fires the first pitch. This is swung on and a base hit up the middle. Geis fields it out there in center field. Howell stays at first for a leadoff single for the Warhawks. Similar to the Panthers. Panthers were working their third time through against Gruy. Warhawks now third time through as Reedshaw comes up, attacking the first pitch. She struck out at the last bat. This pitch is bunted. Third base side, fielded by Bainbridge, fires over to first in time. They're going to try to get three, and they may have her here. Gruy turns her around, that was Schultz that got her turned around, got her loose back to second. So North Mahaska trying to be extremely aggressive. Going to go down as a sack bunt for Reedshaw. Schultz late to get over there, but in enough time. Great heads-up play by Anna Hadley to get that ball right back over to the third base side and keeping Howell in check and get her back to second at least. So it'll be a runner at second with one out. Second baseman followed. She grounded out to the third baseman. Her last time up actually bunted out. The third baseman, here's a ball that drops in the dirt, and they're going to try to get third, and they do. Howell in there safely with a late slide. Pitch is bunted down the first base line and foul. As Warhawks going to move to small ball here. Just one out, runner at third. Pitch low and away. Should be 2 balls and 1 strike. There, he changed it. He had vocally said 3-1, but holds his hands up 2-1. The pitch is high for ball 3. Now it's 3-1. And walks her. So be runner at the corners with one out. And the number 8 hitter steps in, Bailey Banstra. Branchla singled her last time up. out to right field. First pitch is called, strike one. Bobby takes second. Moves it to runners at second and third with one out. Warhawks threatening here in this 1-1 ball game in the top of the seventh inning. Just misses low for ball number one. 1-1 now. And interesting that the Panthers are staying at normal depth here instead of protecting the plate. Pitch is swung on and popped up and hit the top of the broadcast booth for strike number two. So it'll be 1-2 to Banstra. Big at bat here for both sides with just the one out. This pitch is popped up to center field. Guys coming in. Drifting back from shortstop as Schultz makes the grab, turns around ready to gun home, and what a play by Kendra Schultz to get out there and secure that grab and immediately turn her attention to the runner at third. They could not advance her, so that is two outs.
I thought they might send her from third anyway, but they didn't.
They did not, yeah. I mean, I don't think... You don't always, as the other team, you don't always know the other players, but you typically assume that your shortstop's going to have one of your better arms in the infield, so throwing from there to home wouldn't be hard, and of course, Hal there at third has to wait until she secures the catch, but first pitch to the 9-hitter Mealand. Actually, they have a pinch hitter in here. It is Kaylin Pothoven, a 8th grader. Does not have a batting average on the season, at least in varsity. I'm sure there's stats in JV. And a 1-1 to her. The pitch. Swung on a miss for strike two. Pinch hitter Pothoven trying to bring a go-ahead run in. Stands at third. The 1-2. Pitch. Smith able to secure the strikeout. The pitch is dropped. They're going to throw her out at first in time to secure the strikeout. And we will head to the bottom of the seventh inning. Still tied at one apiece. The Panthers will look to Ivory Small, Abby Geis, and Carly Gamble to find a way to score one run and secure the victory.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shetler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shetler Media, LLC. Yeah, give Skunk River Radio a listen after the game's over. If you're watching the game right now on Steve Shetler Media, you can listen to Skunk River Radio. Maybe put that on in the background. 1990 through 2010 country music with some Iowa country music as well. So tune in, skunkriverradio.com. Skunk River Radio, the app that is available right now on the Apple Store. It'll also be coming to the Google Play Store. Also, it is available right now on Alexa. If you say, Alexa, play Skunk River Radio on TuneIn, it'll pop up there. And then we'll also be coming to Google Assistant coming up here hopefully shortly. So we're going to the bottom of the seventh. We're all tied up at one apiece. We'll see if Pekin can get a run across.
Yes, we're going to start out with a pinch hitter for the Panthers. Kennedy Long, sophomore, is going to step in for Ivory Small. Pitch is high for ball number 1. This pitch is poked foul down the right field line and out of play. As long as her first at bat of the game. This pitch is swung on and fouled to the net for strike 2. The 1-2 is high. The 2-2 from Reagan Gruey. The pitch. Inside for ball 3, so 3-2. To Kennedy Long. Pinch hitting in the 8th spot here to start this bottom of the 7th inning. This pitch is low, so she's going to walk her. Leadoff runner is aboard with a walk. And that'll bring up Abby Geis, who has hit the ball hard out to center field back in the 3rd inning and singled to right center in the 5th. Go-ahead run stands at first base. The pitch is singled up the middle of the center. Actually, they'll have a chance at second base, and the throw's not in time. So first 2 batters are aboard. Runners at first and second, no one out. Center fielder Shipman had the ball was hit hard and right at her, and she had a chance at second but could not quite complete the throw. We'll go back to the top of the order. Carly Gamble swings and misses at the first pitch for strike 1. Game-winning run stands at second base with no one out. Top of the order for the Panthers. This pitch is hit hard to the shortstop. Fielding it. Stepping on 2. They get the runner out at second, and that is all. So it'll be runners at the corners with 1 out. With 1 out, the game-winning run stands at third base. Hattie Smith will bat from the left side here. Pitch is to the backstop, and Long at third could not advance. Gamble moves up to second. So now second and third with just 1 out. Only Force is at first base. That's important. Warhawks move their offense in. Pitch is swung on and slapped up in the air. Catch is made by Falb at second base for the second out. And that'll bring up Parsons. She's walked, popped up to second base, and grounded out to shortstop in this one. Chance for a game winner here. Pitch is swung on and hit down the third base line. It hits the foot of Reedshaw, and that's going to score a run. The game will be over. Did they call a foul ball or not? And the umpires are going to discuss this. The ball was fielded in foul territory, but it hit Kayla Reedshaw's foot. And if she was in fair territory, that'd be a fair ball. If her foot was in foul territory when it hit it, then I don't know. Maybe we'll look back at it here after a little bit here, Steve. But nonetheless, Kennedy Long comes across the plate to score the game-winning run in the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Panthers will get the win in Game 1, 2-1. Here to start this Saturday of softball. We got a little bit of a break coming up. I'll let Steve talk you through that, and then we'll be back for game number 2.
All right, we do thank all of our sponsors. Again, an exciting Game 1. Pekin gets the win 2-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Our Pekin sponsors for this year include Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Dew Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, Fairfield Precast Concrete. On the North Mahaska side, we have Oski Dental, Kelly Style at State Farm Insurance, First State Bank, Proline Building Company, Memories Travel by Jess, and Mahaska Drug. Okay, so we've got several minutes here in between games. We'll have game 2 of the doubleheader coming up here in 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll just put a little graphic up on the screen. We'll play a little music for you, and we'll be back here shortly with game 2 of our doubleheader with Pekin and North Mahaska. Again, game 1, Pekin gets the win, 2-1. Alrighty, welcome in for game 2 of our doubleheader. Got Pekin hosting North Mahaska in softball action on this Saturday. Pekin gets the game 1 win in the bottom of the 7th, 2-1. So an exciting start to this doubleheader. Josh Clubb here for the play-by-play, and again, we thank all of our sponsors from Pekin and North Mahaska that are on for this game today. Josh, take it away.
All right, Ezra Parsons starting out pitching for the Panthers. Olivia Ridgway steps in. First pitch to her to start this second game is outside for ball 1. Umpire switch spots as well. We'll go through the lineups here momentarily. Called strike 1 on the other half. So the Warhawks batting order will be Ridgway, Doonan, Shipman, Gruey, Howell, Falb, Banstra, Fogel, and Podhoven. DeGeest catching in the flex player. Swung on a missed for strike 2, 1-2. And the Panthers will keep Gamble catching. Smith moves out to right. Parsons pitching. Bainbridge at third. Shuttlefield at first. Long at second. And Hadley moves to the DP spot. Geis in center as this pitch is high. Schultz at shortstop, and the flex player out in right field is Maya Glick. Be a 2-2 to Ridgway. Swung on and grounded over to the shortstop. Schultz fires over in time to Shuttlefield for the first out.
Josh, taking a peek at radar right now. We knew we had a chance of some rain later on today, but it looks like it is moving in maybe a little bit earlier than expected, as there is definitely some rainfall moving into southeast Iowa and some heavier stuff in south central Iowa, right along the Iowa-Missouri border. So, hopefully the rain will hold off and we can get this game in.
First pitch to Donan is a ball, I do believe. Looked like it missed. Did not see the umpire's signal. It's Parsons' pitch inside this time for a ball. The first pitch must have been a strike, so it is 2-1 now to Donan. First baseman are playing first base here in the second game. Parsons delivers. Called, strike 2. 2-2 now. Pitch is swung on and hit hard to Schultz. Schultz fields, fires the first in time for the second out. So, 2 balls hit to the shortstop. 2 outs for the Warhawks. That'll bring up the third hitter, Shipman, playing in center field again in this one. Misses high for ball 1. The 1-0 to Shipman is swung on a miss for strike 1. Pitch is swung on, fouled. At a play down the right field line for strike 2. It is 1-2 now to Shipman. 2 outs here in the top of the first inning in this game 2 of a doubleheader. Called strike 3. And the Panthers retire the Warhawks in order. So we'll move to the bottom of the first inning. First 3 batters for the Panthers will be Gamble, Smith, and Parsons.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. And thanks to our sponsors, Fremont Funeral Chapel. Also, we heard from Oski Dental in that commercial break. And, of course, you're seeing all of our other sponsors rotating in the bottom right corner of your screen. We've got both Pekin and North Mahaska sponsors on board for this softball doubleheader today here on Steve Shetler Media, Facebook, and YouTube. We're going to the bottom of the first. Pekin and North Mahaska are scoreless.
Alrighty, and the way that we will line up here is the first batter, Gamble, steps in. First pitch to her, misses inside for ball number 1. Pitching now for the Warhawks is Jolyn Vogel. They'll have DeGeest catching. Doonan at first as this pitch is roped out to left field. Getting over the left fielder's head, bounces off the fence. Gamble rounds first. She's going to be into second easily. And she starts the game, Carly Gamble, with a leadoff double to left field. Doonan playing first. Falb is back at second. Gruey moves over from the pitcher's mound to third base. First pitch is a ball, gets past the catcher to the backstop. Gamble gets to third. Ridgway is at short. Banstra in left. Shipman in center and Pothoven in right. And this pitch is popped up and fouled out of play on the right side. DeGeest is the catcher again in the flex position for the Warhawks. Panthers batting orders: Carly Gamble, Addie Smith, Ezra Parsons, the first 3 hitters. This pitch is a called strike to Addie Smith, who pitched in the opening game. After that is Bainbridge, then Shuttlefield, then Long, Hadley, Geis, and Schultz. The pitch, high and tight. Ball 2, 2-2. Called strike 3, and Smith goes down looking for the first out. And our first pitcher's duel of the second game as Parsons steps in for her first at bat. Carly Gamble down at third, that leadoff double. First pitch to Parsons is flared out to the right side and just goes foul for strike 1. The pitch got her to chase upstairs for strike 2. The 0-2 to Parsons is high for ball 3. low, make the count 2-2. One out with that runner at third for Parsons. She fouls this one off, and the count will remain 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch is swung on and hit hard to shortstop. Ridgway makes the grab, looks back to third, and Gamble's able to get back in time. So line out to 6 for Parsons, and that's the second out. And that'll bring up Maya Bainbridge. Jolin tries a changeup. It gets over the head of the catcher, coming in to score as Gamble, and she's going to slide in safely for the first run of the game. In that first game, Panthers were held scoreless till the 4th inning, able to get on the board right away here in the first. Pitch is chased upstairs for strike 1. Scarlett Gamble's double to left field results in a run scored on a pass ball. Pitch probably going to be scored a wild pitch. Here's a changeup that misses. Pitch swung on and hit over the head of Falb and drops into right field for a base hit for Bainbridge. So a 2-out single for Maya Bainbridge, and that will bring up Shuttlefield, who is the DP at the last game, moved over to first base in this one. The pitch is called, strike 1. The 0-1 swung on and fouled into the umpire's mask for strike 2. Pitch is swung on a miss, got her to chase one upstairs for strike 3, and that will do it for the first inning. Panthers able to jump out in front 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the first. Due up for the Warhawks will be Gruey, Howell, and Falb.
For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Ollie, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP, is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
And Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, one of our sponsors here on Pekin and North Mahaska softball. Game 2 of a doubleheader, top of the second. Pekin leads 1-0, and North Mahaska coming up to bat. Josh Clubb with the announcing today.
Reagan Gruey digs in, pitched the last game, moved over to third base here in this one. And Ezra Parsons starts her second inning work. First pitch is high and away for ball 1. We watched North Mahaska and Sigourney. We streamed that one. Gruey didn't have the greatest night that night and ended up being pulled out. She did go over to third and finish the finish the game there, so commonplace for her. This pitch is roped out to left field, and that'll fall for a base hit. A leadoff single for Reagan Gruey. The Panthers able to get that right back in to hold her at first. The pitch is swung on, and this is off the top of the or tip of the glove by Schultz, but goes into the glove of Geis. Back-to-back singles as Gruey moves up to second on the play. We got runners at first and second with no one out for the Warhawks. Falb digs in. Pitch is low in the dirt. Gamble loses it, and runners are able to advance. Ball one to Addison. Gamble had it initially, but it just popped out of her gloves and rolled into foul territory, so runners advance easily. There's the 1-0. Bunted. Popped it up, foul. For strike one. It'll be 1-1. Pitch is low and inside for ball two. Called strike two. 2-2 now. Umpire of the second game here, certainly thus far into it, is giving the or calling the higher pitches as strikes. Pitch is swung on and hit softly to the first baseman. Shuttlefield loses it in her glove. Foul will be safe, and Gruey scores to tie it back up at 1. Howell moved up to third. And we are tied at 1 apiece. And brings up Banstra for the Warhawks, playing left field today. Parsons' pitch is called a strike. They throw it back to third and nearly got her. Base umpire was not even looking.
That throw was right on.
It was. Base umpire over there between second and third was not even looking over at the play with the throw, so. The pitch. High away for a ball. Addison moved up to second on that throw. Pitch is swung on and hit out to left center field. Guys coming over from center field, makes the grab. Runner's going to tag and go home. Guys tries to make the throw. Not nearly in time. Falb will move up to third on the throw. Warhawks take back over the lead, 2-1 now. With just 1 out. Here is Jolin. Pitcher for the Warhawks in this one. First pitch has popped up and hit the top of broadcast booth.
Kaboom.
Kaboom. So much better than being outside and wondering if it's going to hit us in the head. The 0-1 is chased upstairs for strike number 2. The pitch. Low. Ball 1. be a 1-2 now. Outside ball. And now they're going to throw it down to third. Fowles going to try to get home. They're going to nearly tag her there. Gamble just lets her go back to third. No, they're still going to get a throw in there. Fowles is safe. I like the attempt by Addison there. That's what I do with my girls. If they want to throw it back to third a couple times, just take off when they throw it and force them to make good throws, which Pekin did just that. This pitch is popped up and it's going to go out of play. Count will remain 2 balls, 2 strikes. And honestly, on that play, I think Gamble kind of got her feet tangled up with home plate and fell forward. Had that not happened, I would think she would either tagged Addison or been able to gun her down on their way back to third. This pitch is hit high and to left field. That is Glick out there making the grab for the second out. Runner does not try to advance. And that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Pothorn. Pitch high and away for ball 1. Pothorn, the 8th grader, got a pinch hit opportunity in the top of the 7th inning in the last game. Now getting the start here. Pitch swung on and hit. A dribbler up the third base line is fielded by Bainstrom, and she fires over and gets her at first for the third out. Not before the Warhawks can add 2 to take the lead. 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the second inning. Due up for the Panthers will be Long, Hadley, and Geis.
See State Farm agent Kelly Style in Oskaloosa at 309 High Avenue East for auto, home, business, life insurance, health insurance, and more. Kelly Style's mission at State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Call Kelly at 641-673-0088 or go to kellystyleinsurance.com. That's Kelly Style State Farm Insurance, 309 High Avenue East, Oskaloosa. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Proline Building Company in New Sharon designs and builds a wide variety of structures, including commercial, municipal, agricultural, storage, and accessory buildings, as well as custom homes. Our customer-centered design build process ensures the project will meet your needs, however big or small. Whether you're looking to custom design a commercial or municipal building, add to your farm, or construct a hobby building, Proline is your partner every step of the way. Proline Building Company, the builder you know and trust. And Proline Building Company, one of our North Mahaska sponsors, on board for our softball game today. Pekin hosting North Mahaska. Game 2 of a doubleheader. Pekin won the first game 2-1, and we've already got that many runs in the second game, although it's going the other way. North Mahaska has the early lead 2-1 over Pekin. Going to the bottom of the second here in Packwood, Iowa, and the threat of rain is out there here in southeast Iowa for today. We'll see if it makes its way here to this softball game today. Josh Clubb has the play-by-play of the action.
Alrighty, and Kennedy Long is going to come in. Pitch is inside for ball 1. Kennedy stepped in and led off the bottom of that 7th inning. This pitch is drilled, swinging bunt on third base line. This is trouble. Gruey picks it up, fires, not in time. Long able to beat it out. exactly how the bottom or top of the second ended, except for Bainbridge was able to gun down the runner. And here, Gruey, ball was a little bit shorter, a little bit tougher of a play, and Reagan couldn't convert. Here is a pitch in the dirt for ball one. Long will move to second. And Anna Hadley has a 1-0 count. Pitch is swung on a miss for strike one, and Long's delayed takeoff, but still makes it. As fortunate for her, DeGeese was not looking, ready to throw it back to the pitcher. Long, nonetheless, is safe at third. We got a 1-1 count on Anna Hadley. This pitch is hit hard to right center field. Drops in there. Center fielder gets over there. Gets through her legs to the fence. Hadley's going to round first, and she's going to get into second in time with a RBI double for Anna Hadley to tie it back up at 2 apiece. Well, first game was low scoring. This one, we're going to go back and forth here now. Tied back up at 2. Geis hits the first pitch to second baseman Falk. She fields it, fires the first in time to get the out. Hadley moves up to third on the play. As a first out, and that will bring up Schultz. Schultz, the biggest movement in the batting order for the Panthers, as she was batting. First pitch to her is a ball in this one. I believe she was sixth or seventh in the first game, and here in the 9th spot, called strike one. So it's a 1-1 to Schultz. She's listed on the lineup card as playing in right field. So was Maya Glick. Glick was in left. That last inning. We'll check on this after this inning. Here's a ground ball to Gruey. Gruey fires over in time to get the out at first. Running it home and scoring on the throw is Hadley for the Panthers to retake the lead 2-1. So an RBI for Schultz. And the second out. Good base running there by Anna Hadley to take off as soon as Gruey committed to throwing that ball over to first. As Gamble had her shin guards on, had to pop those off quick. She'll come up for a second bat of the day. She doubled to left field. First at bat, first pitch is called strike one. Bounced it off the fence out there. This pitch hits in front of the plate for ball one. As Steve just mentioned, we have surpassed our run total from the first game here in the second inning of this one. Inside, ball two. 2-1 now to catcher Carly Gamble. 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Bounces this one in front of the plate again. That's 3 in a row that have hit there. It's 3-1 now on Carly. Jolyn takes a few extra paces around the mound as she comes set to deliver the 3-1. This pitch is swung on and hit hard off the glove of Gruey and then down the line and fair. Gamble rounds first, but it's going to stay there as Warhawks able to get it back in quickly. So Gamble with a single and a double now in this one. That'll bring up Addie Smith from the left side. Seen her bat on both sides. Here she tries a drag bunt, and it's a foul ball. The pitch is high for ball one. 1-1 now to Addie Smith, the pitch. Taken from ball 2. 2-1. Gamble remains at first base. This pitch is bunted right back to the pitcher. Jolin fires over her. That's close. She's safe. That was really close. First baseman Donan was quick to celebrate that, but of course go back and watch it, but very, very close. Nonetheless, it's a single. The pitch is low to Parsons for ball 1. So single for Smith and Gamble. They're at first and second. Parsons hits this one to the hole. Third baseman Gruey fields it, fires over to first, and that's going to be safe as well. The bases are loaded. Couple infield singles have the bases loaded with 2 outs. And Maya Bainbridge steps in. Certainly has the power to make a lot of noise here, but this pitch is hit hard to left center field, and it's going to be nearly caught, but drops down at the last second. We got 1 run scored. Now Bainbridge is stopped as Parsons stopped at second, and got an injured player out there, and it's the center fielder. So 2 runs will score on the play. On the Bainbridge single. Probably would have been a double. I don't know if Parsons didn't have a read on what had happened with the catch and slowed way up, but stayed at second. And that's the center fielder for North Mahaska is Kayla Shipman, that dove and nearly made that grab in the gap, but rolled over on top of the ball as saw the ball pop out. So hopefully it's nothing serious, and just the tumble kind of shook her up a little bit. She's up walking on her own right now. So holding her left arm is the arm that she dove out with. So I'm sure just the collision with the ground probably felt that impact. 5-2 is the score. And Shipman's going to stay in the game out there in center. Shuttlefield is the 9th hitter of the inning. Warhawks have 4 runs in, runners at first and second, and 2 out. Pitch is called, strike 1. This is a changeup that didn't work out. It goes into the dirt and to the backstop. Runners will move up to second and third. It's Parsons at third, Bainbridge at second. Pitch is a ball, 1-1.
Josh, I see a couple of umbrellas that have come out.
I do too. They're all starting to pop out as there's raindrops coming. And now on a pass ball, Parsons is going to make it home to make it a 5-run inning for the Panthers. The pitch chased upstairs for strike number 2. 2-2 now to Shuttlefield. Bainbridge at third with 2 outs. The pitch in the dirt for ball 3. Full count now to Shuttlefield. Panthers have 5 runs in thus far in this inning. It's the second inning. The pitch is high. They walk her. And that'll bring up Long She singled to start this inning, came around to score. Pitch is swung on and fouled back for strike one. Pitch is called a ball. Shuttlesworth will advance on the pitch and contested. So runners at second and third, 2 outs for Kennedy Long, her second at bat of the inning. Swung on and missed for strike two. The pitch is over the head of the catcher. Bounced right off the net, right back to DeGeese, so runners have to hold. Pitch is swung on and popped foul out of play to the right side. Keep the at-bat alive, still 2-2. On Kennedy Long. The pitch is high for ball 3, and this time it gets past her, and another run will score. Bainbridge makes it home. Shuttlesworth moves up to third. Count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs with the runner at third. Pekin has 6 runs in this inning. Long chases one upstairs for strike 3, and that will end the second inning, but not before the Pekin Panthers break it open. 7-2 is our score as we will head to the third inning. Due up for the Warhawks will be the top of the order, and Ridgway, Doonan, and Shipman.
At First State Bank, we're proud to support the North Mahaska Warhawks because we believe in community, in teamwork, and in making a difference. With our Spirit Cards, every time you use your card, First State Bank will donate to North Mahaska schools, helping our kids and schools thrive. So, every swipe counts towards something bigger. Plus, we're a community-focused bank, right here at 102 South Main Street in New Sharon. First State Bank, where neighbors come first. Proud supporters of the Warhawks.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shetler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shetler Media, LLC. All right, we are back. We're heading into the third inning, and as Josh mentioned before the break, Pekin busting this game wide open in that bottom of the second. Pekin up 7-2 as we head into the third inning of play. We mentioned there was some umbrellas popping up, and those stay up, but maybe just a few sprinkles have fallen. Nothing too serious yet. Here is, again, we go into the third inning. Josh Clubb with the call of the play-by-play.
All right, and a long break between innings there as Carly Gamble and coaches were talking down the first base line, so not sure, but Parsons was just the one warm-up pitch, and we're good to go. So Ridgway digs in for her second at bat of the game. Inside, ball 1. She grounded to Schultz over there at shortstop her first time up. Pitch is called strike 1. 1-1 now to Ridgeway. Parsons winds, delete, deals the 1-1. The pitch is high. Ball 2, 2-1. And this is high. 3-1 now.
Just noticing, Josh, you were talking, I think maybe last night, about that pitching lane.
Yeah, it's
It is
gone.
non-existent today.
Well, they didn't.
gone.
Pitch is fouled back for a full count. Yeah, they did not rechalk the field. So, even if they do, it lasts about 2 batters and it's gone. So, I don't know. We'll see if that ever goes away because it's. I don't know. I guess the state tournament they put it back down between innings. Here's the pitch, and they're going to walk her. So Ridgeway leadoff hitter is on with a walk to start the 3rd inning. Is North Mahaska will have to start chipping away at this deficit. Pitch is called, strike 1. To Donan. First baseman again in this game. Pitch is swung on and popped up to left field. Glick retreating back, now coming in and judging it, making the grab in deep left field. Ridgeway was playing it for a miss, and now Ridgeway is going to try to advance on an overthrow back to the pitcher, but wisely goes back as Gamble was ready to gun her down. So it is Glick in left field, and the starting lineups we had her playing right field. I can't see the right fielder, so I can't confirm, but it should be Addie Smith. Here's a bunt going down Parsons Fields, and she's not going to be able to throw it in time. Nobody covering second, so Ridgeway's there easily. So Shipman reaches on a bunt single. And now Reagan Gruey steps to the plate. Runners at first and second with no one out. Excuse me, there was 1 out. Pitch is roped down the third base line and hits the dugout for a strike. From here, it doesn't look like much rain, but everybody is hiding under their umbrellas or blankets over their heads. Pitch is low and inside. Ridgeway with the big lead out there at second. Retreats back. 2-1 pitch coming to Reagan Gruey from Ezra Parsons. Swung on and hit to center field. Geis retreating back to the wall, and this is gone into the cornfield for Reagan Gruey. It'll be a 3-run shot. And North Mahaska gets right back into this thing with the long ball from Reagan Gruey. Makes our score 7-5 in favor of the Panthers. Just 1 out still here in the 3rd. Howell, designated player, will come up to bat. She singled in the 2nd inning, came around to score.
Hey, and a good job to the 2 little girls that went out into the cornfield. They were able to find the ball.
Wow, that was quick. Yes, out there in right center field. Geis initially played it like she was going to be able to get to it, and so I thought it wasn't going to be as sure of a thing, but it landed way out there in the cornfield, so it was a for sure thing. First pitch to Howell's a ball. Inside for ball number 2. Inside for a called strike. Well, Steve, every softball game we've done thus far, we've seen at least one home run.
Yeah.
I haven't seen one in a baseball game yet. I'm sure we'll get there. Called strike 2. I still think, though, that at North Mahaska, when Josephine Moore of Sigourney hit the 1-2 left field, that was the furthest ball that we've seen hit. We don't have pitch tracks or anything like that. Maybe if Skunk River Radio coming on board, we'll get that. Here's a single up the middle, out to center field, and Howell's now on with just one out. But that ball went a long ways.
Yeah, both of those she hit were...
that she was hitting the ball well. Bainbridge's home run here, the first game we did, that it would have competed with that, but I still think Moore's probably went further. Here's the pitch. Swung on by Falb. Right back to Parsons. She's going to go to second base. They get the lead runner there for the second out, and Falb will be safe at first. Good heads-up play there by Ezra Parsons to turn back and get the lead runner in this situation. 2 outs now. And this is Vanstra. Called strike 1 on the first pitch. Swung on and singles out to left field. Glick throws it into the pitcher. Pitch gets by her. Gamble has to try to check the runner at third, and Falb able to move up. Some good base running by Falb. Glick out there. Softball. It's very important that the outfielders get it to the second baseman or the shortstop to keep those runners in check. Here's a ball that's ripped down the third base line. Foul for Jolyn Fogle. Strike 1 to her. Pitch is in the dirt, gets past Gamble. Valve will score. Vanstra will move up to third. So the Warhawks answering right back, and this third inning is now 7-6 in favor of Pekin. 4 runs across so far here in the third. 2 outs. This pitch is hit hard, fielded and thrown across. Shuttlefield has to come off the back and make the grab, goes back and touches it to get the third out. Now before the Warhawks creep right back into it, we'll head to the bottom of the third inning with the Pekin leading 7-6. Due up for the Panthers will be Hadley, Geis, and Schultz.
Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. And we thank all of our sponsors here on Steve Shuttler Media, Facebook and YouTube for helping us out with our coverage of Pekin and North Mahaska softball. Coming up next week, we've got Keota and Sigourney baseball on Monday. Thursday, Pekin and Highland softball, and then 2 Pekin games at the University of Iowa next Saturday evening against Keota and Central City. So plenty of action still to come here over the next few weeks on Steve Shuttler Media, Facebook and YouTube. We are going to the bottom of the third, 7-6 in favor of Pekin, and a little bit of rain in the air.
The rain is not staying in the air, and here Hadley hits a ball deep to left field, and this is gone. First pitch of the inning, and Anna Hadley sends it deep to left field. Just caught the front of the tree, and Steve just got done saying 7-6. It'll now be 8-6 in favor of the Panthers. Well, that ball, so where I'm sitting, based on the view you see at home, you see that pole there on the left-hand side of your screen, right next to the end of the scoreboard there on the screen. That pole is right in my vision. That ball went up and down that. I never saw that softball until it hit the tree. I was watching the left fielder who was retreating, so I knew it was deep. And here is Geis. First pitch, she swings on and misses. This is trouble, and it falls in left field. She's going to get a double out of this, as that ball was just kind of in no man's land. And the Panthers right back in business with starting this third inning, bottom of this third inning, with a home run and then a double. Here's a pitch that gets past catcher DeGeese, and Geis will move up to third. Schultz at the plate. Swung on a missed. For strike one. Oh, tries a change up again and just not working for her today. Each time she's thrown it, it's kind of not quite got to home plate. Swung on and fouled back for strike two on Schultz. Looks like North Mahaska has somebody working behind the dugout, warming up. Pitch is fouled straight back. McKenna Darian, 8th grader, back there throwing some warm-up pitches. Jolin's pitch is popped up to left center field. This could be trouble. Ridgeway trying to get back. She can't get there. Nearly a collision. Shipman fires it home. Scoring is Geis. Getting up to second is Schultz on the throw. Schultz nearly got in trouble there. Geis was easily safe. Probably not the best throw by Shipman into home plate. Should have been snagged by the pitcher. And now we're going to have a visit at the mound. And I think we are going to get a pitching change as McKenna Darland, now that I look at it closely, is walking onto the field. She's going to, I think, take over pitching here. No, she's going to go into a So Darlin's actually going to go to third base, and Gruey's going to come back in and pitch. I mean, it's different to think about, but these are both varsity games. I mean, they all count against you, so maybe. And Darlin was back there throwing warm-up pitches, so I'm not sure if maybe they're just going to have Gruey try to get him out of this inning because there is no outs. The Panthers have 2 runs in already. And Schultz will be at second base. And they're at the top of the order with Gamble, so maybe it's a thing where you get Gruey to get you out of this jam of this inning before you send in the 8th grader to pitch. As the rain has turned into a steady rain at this point. It was just kind of sprinkling, and now starting to see it puddling up out in the parking lot. Pitch is high for ball 1 to Gamble. Again, no one out. 2 runs across here in the third. It is 9-6 in favor of Pekin. Reagan Gruey's pitch is fouled straight back, or strike 1. Carly Gamble has batted twice in this game and scored runs in both of them. A single and a double for her so far. Came around to score in both in the first and second inning. See what she can do here in the third. The pitch is a changeup. High. Ball 2. 2-1. Pitch is swung on and popped straight up in the air. Calling for it over at first base and making the grab is Donan. For the first out of the third inning, and that'll bring up Smith. Addie Smith going to bat at the left side this at bat. Goes in slapping motion. The ball's rolled into home plate. Runner will advance. Ball 1 to Smith. Schultz now at third. Just 1 out here in the inning. Pitch is bunted right back to Gruey. She fields, fires to first in time, and Schultz scores on the play. So Smith will get a sack, bunt, RBI. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Ezra Parsons. Pitch is swung on and flared up the middle. Falb coming over and making the grab to end the inning. As we will head to the 4th inning, top of the 4th inning, with Pekin leading 9-6. Due up for the Warhawks will be Pothorn, Ridgeway, and Donan.
See State Farm agent Kelly Style in Oskaloosa at 309 High Avenue East for auto, home, business, life insurance, health insurance, and more. Kelly Style's mission at State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Call Kelly at 641-673-0088 or go to kellystyleinsurance.com. That's Kelly Style State Farm Insurance, 309 High Avenue East, Oskaloosa. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Proline Building Company in New Sharon designs and builds a wide variety of structures, including commercial, municipal, agricultural, storage, and accessory buildings, as well as custom homes. Our customer-centered design build process ensures the project will meet your needs, however big or small. Whether you're looking to custom design a commercial or municipal building, add to your farm, or construct a hobby building, Proline is your partner every step of the way. Proline Building Company, the builder you know and trust.
Thank
Thanks to Proline Building Company and Kelly Style at State Farm Insurance for being on board with our North Mahaska coverage. Let's thank all of our sponsors here. Pekin has Fremont Funeral Chapel, Daisy Dew Landscaping, Keokuk County Hospital and Clinics, Oski Dental, Nutrien Ag and Hedrick, Copeland Auto Body, Cranston Family Funeral Home, and Fairfield Precast Concrete. North Mahaska, Oski Dental, Kelly Style State Farm, First State Bank, Proline Building Company, Memories Travel by Jess, and Mahaska Drugs. So thanks to all of our sponsors for both of these teams. Of course, we're doing a few games for each of these teams this year, and they're meeting each other on the Ball Diamond today. Rainy day here. What was a beautiful Saturday morning earlier has turned a little bit gloomy and rainy here in Packwood. Go to the bottom. Where are we at, Josh? Top of the fourth.
Top of the fourth inning, and we're going to get some changes on the Pekin side as well. Looks like Kendra Schultz is going to come in to pitch, and Bren Lauderman's going to go over and catch. I think, let me double check that number. Yes, Bren Lauderman, the 8th grader, is in to catch. And I cannot see far enough to see numbers on where other people move. Looks like Parsons is at short. Bainbridge still at third. Pitch is swung on and missed. For strike one to Potterhorn. Swung on and fouled back to the fence. 0-2 now. So Schultz and Lauderman, both 8th graders, getting the start. Schultz tried to change up there. Couldn't get it. 1-2 now. Potterhorn. Pitch is swung on and fouled back and out of play. Keep the count at 1-2 strikes. Has getting some movement with players. My best, I think. Again, we can't see the right fielder from where we sit. So I think the change. I think Gamble came out of the game. This is in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-2. Pitch is roped out to left center field, and that'll drop for a base hit. Geis misses it initially. Potterhorn's going to stay at first. For a leadoff single, go back to the top of the order. Ridgway will dig in. Yeah, this is going to get me because it is just the hair color and the armbands and stuff. Schultz out there right now, and her windup very similar looking to Reagan Gruey, who's pitching for North Mahaska. Of course, same school colors as well. Here's a pitch, and this is in the dirt. Ball 1. Potterhorn will move up to second. The twos probably don't look anything alike, but from up here at this view, easily confused as you're just glancing down. Here's a called strike one to Ridgway.
Josh, with a little bit of rain in the air, how much does that affect a pitcher's control of the ball?
It depends on their grip, but it's not horrible. It doesn't get as wet as you think, and you see the catcher has a towel. I wouldn't be surprised if it continues to come down. You'll see Schultz with a towel as well, but right there what she's doing with the snapping into her glove, the glove will absorb some of that moisture as well. And if it feels slick, they'll just ask for a new one. That pitch got passed, and Potterhorn moved up to third. The pitch Called strike 2 to Ridgway. I would say just the way that you grip and snap it a little bit differently with a baseball, it's much bigger of a difference. Of course, it's less surface area too on a baseball. Here's a ground ball to the shortstop. Parsons gets through her into left field, and a run will score. So Ridgway is aboard. Podhorn scores to make it 10-7. And now, looked like Lauderman was going to take her towel out there to Schultz. Pitch is in the dirt. Runner goes. Ridgway is safe at second. One and 0 now to Donan. Called strike 1. Pitch is in the dirt. Gets past Lauderman and Ridgway up to third. This pitch goes sailing for ball 3. 3-1 now to Donan. (3-1) to Donan. One run is across here in the top of the fourth. 10-7 is our score. The pitch is called. Strike 2. Count is full. Pitch is low. Ball 4. Walker, so it'll be runners in the corners with no one out. One run already across for Schultz. Shipman will be the batter, and we're going to get a timeout here. As coaching staff wants to talk it over with the pitcher. Making some changes here, and I'm not sure what they are. Parsons is leaving the game. I guess we'll wait and see. That is a long visit, as now they're going to talk to the officials, or the umpire, to let them know the changes.
I'm just taking a peek at weather radar on my phone, Josh. It looks like some of the heavier stuff in our area is coming up from northeastern Wapello County into Keokuk County. So, yeah, we'll see how this tracks as far as the weather goes. Nothing severe, I should mention. It's just some rain.
So they moved Smith from right field to left field. Schultz is remaining in the game. Glick came in from left field to shortstop. Parsons came out. I can't see the number of the young lady out there in right field. I can see her out there, but I just can't make out the number. And Schultz deals with Shipman. First pitch is bunted. And it's a dying bunt right down the first base line. Bainbridge tries to save it, can't do it. Flips it forward. One run will score. That's Ridgway. And Donan gets into third. Shipman is safe at first, moves up to second on the play. Second and third, and Reagan Gruey digs in. First pitch is popped straight up and back for strike one. And we'll see if the pace of this game and the rain coming up from the south, if we get this thing in its entirety. Pitch. It's high for ball one. This pitch is high, gets to the backstop. They're going to try to score another run and do with Donan. Shipman moves up to third on the play. North Mask has 3 runs in this inning and no one out. Here is the pitch to Gruey, and this is in the dirt to the backstop, and another run will score. 4th run across. All 4 batters have reached and scored in this 4th inning. That ties us at 10 apiece as the rain continues to pick up. As Pekin's going to meet just the players at the circle to talk it over. Pass balls and fielding errors have got North Mahaska to tie this thing up at 10 apiece here in the top of the 4th inning. Pitch is swung on and hit deep to left field, all the way back and gone. Home run for Reagan Gruey. 2nd home run of the game. 2 home runs and back-to-back at-bats. Back-to-back innings and back-to-back at-bats for Reagan Gruey, and North Mahaska retakes the lead 11-10. As they swap out the home run ball. And Howell will come up to the plate. In the 4th inning, it is North Mahaska now 11-10. Howell, as a DP, digs in. The pitch is swung on and hit hard to right field. This one's going back towards the wall and off the top of the fence. Howell rounds first. She's in at second. Overthrow. Gets to Glick at second base, so a double for Howell. And North Mahaska sticking with the 8th grader Schultz. Or Pekin sticking with the 8th grader Schultz. 5 runs across, no outs. And a runner at second. Pitch is high. Fouled. As the field's really starting to look a little tacky now, so we'll see how long they can hold on here. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike one. 1-1. It is offered out as a bunt. Throw down to third is off the glove of Bainbridge and rolls out into left field. So Howell able to get to third. He just said 1-1, but it should be 2-1. Edison fouled, corrected him, and he checked down, and it is 2-1. Chase is a high one for strike two. Valve's got to be careful doing that as she started to run down to first for no reason and about ran into the catcher on her way back. The 2-2. Swung on a miss for strike three. And the first out of the inning. They'll bring up Banstra, the left fielder for the Warhawks. Eighth batter of the inning. He's batting in the 7 hole. Which is called strike one. The 0-1 from Schultz is swung on and hit hard to the shortstop Glick. She fields, fires to first in time. Another run will score on the play. Second out. That is the 6th run of the inning. And our score is now 12-10 in favor of North Mahaska. Pitch swung on and popped up and out of play for strike one. To the 9th hitter of the inning, and this might have been switched. I didn't see the number. I believe this is McKenna Darland. Pitch is in the dirt for ball one. One to Darland from Schultz. Swung on it, and this is a base hit out to right center field, and it's going to roll to deep center, fielded by Geis. Darland tries to get to second, and she is in time as Geis was trying to hit her cutoff, but overthrew her and still made it to second base, and that was a very close play. So runner on second. And Bothorn will come in. She started this inning off with a single. Warhawks have 6 runs across here in the top of the 4th inning. Inside for ball one. Pitch is swung on and hit to center fielder. Geis settles under it and makes the grab to end the inning. But not before the Warhawks tack 6 on to make it 12-10 as we head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Due up for the Panthers are Bainbridge, Shuttlefield, and Long.
At First State Bank, we're proud to support the North Mahaska Warhawks because we believe in community, in teamwork, and in making a difference. With our Spirit cards, every time you use your card, First State Bank will donate to North Mahaska schools, helping our kids and schools thrive. So, every swipe counts towards something bigger. Plus, we're a community-focused bank, right here at 102 South Main Street in New Sharon. First State Bank, where neighbors come first. Proud supporters of the Warhawks.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shetler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shetler Media, LLC. All right, we're back at it. Bottom of the fourth, Pekin and North Mahaska softball.
Bainbridge steps in. Called strike. First pitch to her. Pitch is in the dirt for ball number 2. Bainbridge hit a ball deep to left center field. And brought in 3 runs, and here's a shot down the third base line, rolls out into left field. Bainbridge is going to try for 2, and she's going to get there standing. So stand-up double for Bainbridge. Her hit that went all the way out and got to the fence was nearly a home run. Ended up being a single. Bases were loaded at the time, and it was a tough read for Ezra Parsons there at second. So she was at first initially. She kind of had to hold up to make sure it was going to be caught before she stepped on the base, and then thought it was caught, so she paused even longer. Then the ball popped out of the end. Here's Shuttlefield. First pitch to her is called strike 1. This pitch is hit hard to right center field, and this is going to make it all the way to the fence. Bainbridge will score easily. Shuttlefield will hold up at 1 as Shipman out there did a great job of getting back and fired it in. So it'll be an RBI single for Shuttlefield. And 12-11 now. And back and forth we go. Here's a pitch that's in the dirt, off the glove of the catcher. Shuttlefield gets to second. Long digs in. She struck out and singled in this game. This pitch is fouled straight back. And Steve, if that net wasn't there, that would have hit me or you right in the face. So 1-1 for Long. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Chased one upstairs for the first out. Anna Hadley comes up. Her last at bat in the last inning was a home run to left field. She would be the go-ahead run at this point. Swinging for the fences there for strike 1 as Gruey came in on relief in the last inning. Shortly after Hadley's home run, this one's flared out foul to the right side. The 0-2 to Hadley is high. That pitch had a lot more velocity on it than most of Gruey's other pitches. This one's high, and Hadley hits it hard to left center field. It's going to hit one hop to the fence. Shuttlefield will score. Hadley actually fell down, rounding first. She'll have to stay there. Not before Shuttlefield scores, and Hadley gets an RBI single. And Hadley's RBI single ties us back up at 12. And we're going to get a courtesy runner for Hadley, or a pinch runner. It is number 30, Ashlyn Adrian, another 8th grader for the Panthers. as they call the play on. Abby Geis steps to the plate. It's had a good day today. Has Geis hitting the ball well. We'll see what she can do here. This pitch, she tries a bunt and is missed, and runner steals. Adrian able to get there with the help of the Abby Geis attempted bunt. She digs back in left side. This pitch is hit softly in the gap. It's off the glove of Falb. Adrian can stay there because there was not a force on, so it'll be runners at first and second. Infield single for Abby Geis. The pitch called strike one to Schultz. This pitch is roped out to left field. It falls for a single. They're going to still try to get the force Adrian at third, but not in time. So bases are loaded now with one out. And now it's going to be Brent Lauderman in. Her first pitch is swung on and hit hard to deep left center field. It's falling and down. At least 2 runs will score, as Geis is going to come around and easily score. The runners made it first and second, so Pekin retakes the lead, 14-12. And Pekin is the home team. This is the bottom of the 4th inning, so if it really starts raining, this is when the home team calls the game.
Yeah.
Rain delay, because it's 4 innings is a complete game. The pitch is high to Smith. And a car alarm going off out into the parking lot there. Pitch is bunted at but missed for strike 2. First game was a pitcher's duel. This game is a back and forth affair. 14-12 now in favor of the the Panthers. And here's a bunt by Smith. Gruey's going to get her at first. Runners will advance to second and third. So a sack bunt for Smith. He was going to say, as Parsons comes up to the plate, she was taken out of the game, so there he just calls her as a re-entry. This pitch is hit hard to the left fielder, and it drops for a single. 1 run will score. Lauderman rounds third, and she will score. So Parsons, 2 RBI single. And that moves our score to 16-12. Timeout is taken by North Mahaska. And then Bainbridge will come back up. She led off this inning. I think we're going to get that pitching change now as Gruey's going to come out, and in to warm up will be McKenna Darland. And she'll take some warm-up pitches, so I think we'll let Steve take it over here.
All right, we'll send it to a little bit of a commercial break and hear from Oski Dental. Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss.
All right, we came back a little bit late there. First pitch from Darlin was hit to the left field corner by Bainbridge. She gets a double, moves Parsons all the way up to third. Bainbridge has batted twice in this inning with 2 doubles. And Shuttlefield will step in. She had a deep single her last time at bat here earlier in this inning. (16-12). It's a 4-point lead. Chases it upstairs. Third pitcher of the game for the Warhawks and McKenna Darlin, 8th grader. Called strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. There's 2 outs with runners at second and third. Shuttlefield, the 11th batter of the inning. Pitch is low. Gets behind the catcher. She's able to find it and keep Parsons at bay. 2-2. Inside. Brings the count full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. In the bottom of the 4th inning. Shuttlefield awaits the payoff pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 3. And that will retire the side. Due up for the Warhawks will be the top of the order with Ridgway, Doonan, and Shipman.
All right, now we'll get that full commercial from Fremont Funeral Chapel. The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Oley, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook. And thanks to Daisy Do Landscaping and Fremont Funeral Chapel for being among those sponsors here on Steve Shuttler Media for baseball and softball action. We've got Pekin and North Mahaska, top of the 5th, 16-12. It's been a shootout, Josh, the last few innings. Lots and lots of runs.
Yep, 16-12 is not your standard baseball or softball score. Now, if this is Pekin and North Mahaska football, a 16-12 score would be a good defensive battle. But both teams working through some different pitchers here. Pekin's going to stick with Schultz. 8th grader had a tough inning last inning. See if she can right the ship. Pekin's defense had a few errors as well. First pitch to Ridgway is low for ball 1. This is high. Ball 2. 2-2. Called strike 2, or strike 1, excuse me. So we've about an hour and 15 minutes into this one. Of course, the mini runs, as we've talked about, pitches. Called strike 2. And the pitching changes. Stretches the game time out considerably. Here's a 2-2 to Ridgeway. Schultz sends it in. Pitch is popped up and lands on her head again. Oh, doubled and came back out the front. Still 2-2. Yes, it's not really a thing that you see much anymore, but it used to be. You get those foul balls as a kid. You take them to the dugout. You get a pop or a candy bar or something. Here's a ball. 3-2.
I was thinking when I was a kid it was a sucker.
Oh, he called that a strike. That is a strikeout looking for Ridgeway. And 1 out. So Schultz gets the strikeout, her second.
I think the first base coach for North Mahaska was quite perplexed by that.
Well, and if he did call a ball and she went into the dugout, then she's out. So I thought he'd said, I didn't think he'd said strike, and then Ridgeway jogged off into the dugout. So not sure. Maybe the umpire is tired of being rained on. He's just going to start calling outs. Swung on and missed for strike 2. This is high. As Donan has a 1-2 count. Schultz sends it in low for ball number 2. And I think the little bit of a shower it was before is now reduced to just a sprinkle. Pitch swung on and popped up to the right side. Shutterfield giving chase, and it is a foul ball. That was very close to the wall fence dugout. Can't see from here, but nonetheless, it becomes stays a 2-2 count. Swung on and hit hard to left field. Settling under it and making the grab out in left field is Smith, I do believe. Is Smith. Parsons now re-entering to hit is in right field. As she was jogging over, she looked like she was limping. Keep an eye on that. 2 outs here. First pitch is swung on and missed by Shipman. Taken high for ball number 1. 1-1. From Schultz is swung on and fouled back by Shipman. 1-2 now. And Schultz tries a change up. Misses. 2-2. This is high and over the catcher's glove for ball 3. 3-2 now. Schultz winds, delivers. Shipman's foul just gets a piece of it, just enough to stay alive. Count remains full. Swung on and popped up. Shuttlefield coming over into foul territory and making the grab in foul territory. And after about 5 half innings that were very, very long, the Warhawks go down in order. And due up for the Panthers will be Long, Hadley, and Geis as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Our score is 16-12.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
See State Farm agent Kelly Style in Oskaloosa at 309 High Avenue East for auto, home, business, life insurance, health insurance, and more. Kelly Style's mission at State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Call Kelly at 641-673-0088 or go to kellystyleinsurance.com. That's Kelly Style State Farm Insurance, 309 High Avenue East, Oskaloosa. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Thanks to all of our sponsors here on Steve Shuttler Media for baseball and softball coverage. We are in Packwood today with Pekin and North Mahaska, bottom of the 5th in Game 2 of a doubleheader. Pekin leading 16-12 after Pekin got the close win in Game 1, 2-1. Totally different game going on in this Game 2. Josh Clubb has the call of the action. We go to the bottom of the 5th.
All righty, bottom of the 5th, and Darlin will continue to pitch here. First pitch from her is an attempted bunt by Long for strike 1. I think she got just a piece of it to go foul. This is high for ball 1. Darlin came in and ended what was a very long inning for Gruy. Here's a pitch inside and low, ball 2. The pitch, this is bunted down the first base line and foul for strike 2. 2-2 to Kennedy Long. High for ball 3. 3-2 full count for Kennedy Long. Swung on a miss for strike 3. And the first out of the bottom of the 5th. And that'll bring up Anna Hadley. Hadley has been on and scored all 3 at-bats in this game. She's got a home run, a double, and a single. She's just missing that triple. It's a grounder to shortstop. Probably not going to be a triple. Actually, she's not going to make it to first as Ridgway fields it cleanly. Nice throw over for the second out. Always missing the triple. It's hard to get a truly scored, if it's scored the right way, hard to get a triple, especially in softball. Field is small enough. I mean, you have to be a fast runner. It's just got to hit in the right spot or bounce off the fence funky or something. Here's Abby Geis, another Panther hitter that's had a very solid Saturday. Pitch is swung on and fouled straight down into the dirt for strike 1. You got a country for a cycle? A cycle? A Canadian cycle?
Trying to think of something that would
Cambodia?
start with Slovakian?
Slovakian cycle. Here's the pitch, and that's a ball.
Ooh.
This pitch is lofted over towards left, and that's going to find a hole behind the shortstop Ridgway. Left fielder comes in and fields it, and Geis has another base hit on the night, or on the day. Now we're down for 3 singles and a double on this Saturday. First pitch to Schultz is a ball high. This is low for a ball. It gets out of the glove of the catcher, and Geis takes second base. 2-0 to Schultz. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. (16-12) is our score. The pitch called strike. Geis is going to take off as it pops out of the catcher's glove again. Two and 1 to Schultz. The pitch is high. Ball 3. 3-2 now. Smart play by DeGeese there in that last one to not make that throw to third. 2 outs, there's no need to. Pitch is swung on and dribbled up the middle. Ridgway with a great play to get there.
Wow.
Fires over and makes the play. Fantastic play by Olivia Ridgway there from shortstop. Fielded that at second base and made a off-balance throw to first to record the third out. So with that, we will head to the 6th inning. Due up for the Warhawks will be Gruey, Howell, and Falb.
Proline Building Company in New Sharon designs and builds a wide variety of structures, including commercial, municipal, agricultural, storage, and accessory buildings, as well as custom homes. Our customer-centered design build process ensures the project will meet your needs, however big or small. Whether you're looking to custom design a commercial or municipal building, add to your farm, or construct a hobby building, Proline is your partner every step of the way. Proline Building Company, the builder you know and trust.
At First State Bank, we're proud to support the North Mahaska Warhawks because we believe in community, in teamwork, and in making a difference. With our Spirit Cards, every time you use your card, First State Bank will donate to North Mahaska schools, helping our kids and schools thrive. So, every swipe counts towards something bigger. Plus, we're a community-focused bank, right here at 102 South Main Street in New Sharon. First State Bank, where neighbors come first. Proud supporters of the Warhawks.
And thanks to all of our sponsors here on Steve Shuttler Media for our softball and baseball coverage. Got a combination of North Mahaska and Pekin sponsors for today's game, as we're covering both of these teams off and on throughout the season. Well, it was a beautiful Saturday morning. It turned into a little bit of a rainy day, and now it seems to the rain seems to have stopped.
First pitch of the inning is to Howell as Reagan Gruey was sent to first on the intentional walk. Howell fouls it off for strike 1. The 0-1 is low for ball 1. And if you've somebody that's just recently started watching baseball or softball again, the intentional walks now, you don't have to throw the 4 pitches. You just send them to the base. Pitch is high for ball 2. Changed that rule in Major League Baseball a few years ago, and it quickly made its way down into the high school and youth levels. This pitch is chopped to the shortstop Glick, and it goes through her glove. Keeps it in front of her, but both runners will be safe.
How do you feel about that, Josh? Just the putting them on first.
Somebody like that, you got to do it. I'd rather just pitch to him, but I do like the rule where you don't have to throw the pitches because it saves. It's a time thing, and it also saves, not so much in softball, but in baseball, it saves the kid's arm. There's no need to throw it back and forth. But
see, I'm old school. I'd rather have them throw the pitches.
no,
I want to see it happen.
you want to see it? Well, and
You never know.
you never do know. I mean, you could certainly create some errors, but
I saw somebody on Facebook say that in the college is the college softball World Series going on, or
yep,
was it going on?
It was just recently. Yep.
That they were trying to do they were trying to intentionally walk somebody, but they threw the pitch where it became hittable, and the hitter hit the ball that was meant to be a
ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe, is that a thing in college? I don't know.
I don't know if I don't know if the college softball does that.
Yeah.
Alb goes down looking for the first out. But now you've seen that. I've seen that. Actually, I think it was, remember Randy Johnson, the huge tall pitcher, was intentionally walking somebody. Left-handed batter, and he left one over the plate. Here's a grounder to the shortstop. They're going to try to get the runner, their force out at third, and they can't. So bases are loaded with one out for the Warhawks. Which means, as Darlin will come to the plate as the tying run. And Pekin's Coach Ledger is going to challenge that there was obstruction there. I guess I wasn't really looking that way. I'm sure the ball's got to hit her or the runner's got to come in contact with the fielder for it to be obstruction. Or, make something intentional to disrupt it. And I don't think she did. I think Rui just ran from second to third. So Pekin moves their infield in. Tying run at the plate with the bases loaded. This first pitch is popped up straight back foul for strike one.
Is it appropriate with the batter that's up to say hello, Darlin?
I don't know. Her last name is Darland. Pitch is swung on and hit to center field. Geis will settle underneath of it, and she misses it. Rui's going to score. And Howell's going to come in and score.
Hello, Darlin.
Darlin will be safe at first. Manstra stops at second. 16-14 now. And the tying run is at first base. Go ahead run at the plate. This is Podhorn. First pitch to her is high. She's popped out, singled, and grounded out in this one. This is hit on a line down to the right field line. Parsons fields it out there, but runner is safe. One run will score. Banster that comes across. Darlin's in it safe at third. And Podhorn is safe at first. 16-15. Tying run now at third base. Just one out. Top of the order, Ridgway. Just made a fantastic play at shortstop. Pitches a ball. Podhorn will go to second. No throw down. Pitch from Schultz. is low. This gets past. Darlin's going to try to steal home. She does. She's safe. And Podhorn moves up to third. Schultz has got to be careful because she's not looking that way at all as she walks back to the circle. Right back to tied at 16. Go ahead run at third as Ridgeway lost track of the count and all that commotion. I'll have to wait for the umpire to say it. This is high. It's 3-1. The pitch. Swung on and hit on a line out to right field. Parsons cannot make the grab as it bounces before her glove. They'll send the runner home, and North Mahaska is going to retake the lead, 17-16. So 5 runs across with just 1 out. Runner at first is Ridgeway. The pitch is in the dirt, and it hits her. That'll put a runner on first and second. Still with 1 out, and the 9th batter of the inning will come up in Shipman. This pitch is hit on the line to right field, and Parsons able to make the grab for the second out. Get back to Gruey here. She was intentionally walked earlier in this inning. The pitch. Not sure what I'm guessing it is a ball. First is open here now. As runners move up on the play. This is high and away. Ball 2. The 2-0 to Gruey. Swung on and hit in the air to right. Parsons coming in, settling under it, and making the grab for the third out. So North Mahaska retakes the lead with 5 runs to lead 17-16 as we will head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Due up for the Panthers is Gamble, Smith, and Parsons. It'll actually be Louderman instead of Gamble.
Skunk River Radio is a brand new online radio station playing country music from 1990 through 2010 with some Iowa country music sprinkled in. Listen right now at skunkriverradio.com. Plus, the Skunk River Radio app will soon be available at Google Play and the Apple Store. Also coming soon, Skunk River Radio will be available on Alexa and Google Assistant. And starting on Monday, June 9th, you'll be able to listen to me, Steve Shetler, from 6 a.m. to noon, and Neil the Hayes Crott from noon to 6 p.m. Skunk River Radio, a division of Shetler Media, LLC. Schedule your next dental appointment with Dr. Dan Schuster at Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. They're accepting new patients. Oski Dental will file all of your insurance forms for you. They're a Delta dental provider. And Oski Dental is located at 902 South 17th Street in Oskaloosa. That's Oski Dental, 641-673-4845. We make smiles happen at Oski Dental. All right, Oski Dental are one of our sponsors, and we get right back into it in the shootout, 17-16 in favor of North Mahaska.
Yeah, with the length of this game, also their pitchers are really just taking one warm-up pitch and moving on. Pitch is chased upstairs for strike number 1. Waterman is batting in the spot that Gamble started. Low and away for ball 2. Pitch is foul tipped into the glove for strike 2. The pitch swung on and hit hard to center field, but the center fielder is there. Shipman makes the grab for the first out. That'll bring up Addie Smith, who's going to go to the right side now. Last few at-bats, she's been on the left side. First pitch is called. No, he says outside. Or inside, excuse me. Pitch is fouled off of her leg for strike 1. 1-1. Pitch is popped back to the net for strike 2. The 1-2 is in the dirt for a ball 2, 2-2. Pitch is swung on and popped up and out of play. Keep the at-bat at 2-2. Called strike 3, and Smith goes down looking for the second out. Parsons back in. 17-16 is the score. Pekin trails. First pitch is grounded over to the shortstop Ridgway, who throws it low in the dirt and Donan cannot handle it. So Parsons is safely aboard, and that'll bring up Bainbridge, who nearly homered in the second inning. This pitch is hit hard to Ridgway. Ridgway fields it, fires to first, and this one is good for the third out. That will send us to the 7th inning. 17-16 is the score. Warhawks lead. Due up for the Warhawks will be Howell, Falb, and Banstra.
The staff members at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa will guide your family in creating a meaningful ceremony to honor the life and memory of a loved one. A ceremony can be anything you wish it to be, simple or elaborate, traditional or unique. No matter how it's tailored, such a ceremony is an important step in recovering from loss. Let the staff at Fremont Funeral Chapel in Fremont, Iowa help you in your time of need. For landscaping, excavation, and construction, Daisy Do Landscaping can do almost anything. Give them a call to see how they can help you out. Daisy Do Landscaping can help with new landscaping installation, planting trees, shrubs, and perennials, plus lawn seeding, fertilizing, and spraying. Daisy Do Landscaping at 641-919-1290 in Ollie, Iowa. You can find Daisy Do Landscaping on Facebook. Daisy Do Landscaping, one of our Pekin sponsors, on board for Pekin softball coverage, and we've got Pekin and North Mahaska sponsors, rotating in the corner and with their 30-second ads during the broadcast today. We thank all of those sponsors. It's been a crazy second game of this doubleheader. The 7th inning about to start.
All righty, here is Schultz. First pitch is roped out to center, and guys can't get there. Rounding first, trying for second. This could be close. Sliding in there safely with the leadoff double is Howell. Here is Falb. First pitch to her is in the dirt. She has to jump over it. See if the catcher appeals. She kept that bat out there. It though appeared. It'll be ball one though. Fouled. Howell moves to third on the pass ball. Schultz's pitch is bundled up first base line. Shuttlefield, they're going to try to play at home, and she's safe. Oh. Bob's still running. Pekin's waiting on the tag. Nobody's at third. As Gamble came back into the game. And North Mahaska's coach is unhappy with that call. He has the right to be. I'm pretty sure Howell's foot was on the base before Gamble even started, which she came back into the game too here in this inning, before she even started to put the tag down. So nonetheless, it is what it is. That's a judgment call. You can't argue those. Here's the first pitch strike to Banstra. Makes it 18-16. Foul at second. The pitch. Foul takes off with the pitch. They're going to throw it down to third. And they miss her. Bainbridge.
So it is 18-16. I'm confused.
What?
17-16.
17-16.
All right. Yeah. That.
Oh, that's right. They called her out. That's how. I don't know that she was out. Here's the pitch. Swung on in. Missed.
That's what made it I was confused in my mind, too. It's like she was obviously so safe. You wanted to give it to him.
Right. It's outside for a ball. Pitch is swung on and hit to the left center field, drifting over. Geis makes her way, makes the catch. Falb's going to tag up and score. That's an RBI for Banstra.
Yeah, she looked like she might have left early.
And they challenge it, and they say she did. So that is 3. Well, that should only be. Oh, that's 3 outs. So that run doesn't count.
They are not going to get that 18th run.
Nope. So we will stay at 17-16, and Pekin will come up to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning, trailing by 1, 17-16. Due up for the Panthers will be Shuttlefield, Long, and Hadley.
Keokuk County Medical Clinic is your one-stop shop for healthcare. Our behavioral health providers offer a wide range of services to help you reach your goals. We have multiple family practice providers who see patients of all ages for acute and chronic care. Through a partnership with Bloom Pediatrics of Ottumwa, McKenna Bond, ARNP is here on Wednesday and Friday mornings to give your child the special care they need. Libby Dasso, PAC, is here for all your rheumatology needs. Jack's Corner Drug is located just down the hall for your convenience.
See State Farm agent Kelly Style in Oskaloosa at 309 High Avenue East for auto, home, business, life insurance, health insurance, and more. Kelly Style's mission at State Farm is to help people manage the risks of everyday life, recover from the unexpected, and realize their dreams. Call Kelly at 641-673-0088 or go to kellystyleinsurance.com. That's Kelly Style State Farm Insurance, 309 High Avenue East, Oskaloosa. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. All righty, we're going to the bottom of the seventh, 17-16 in favor of North Mahaska.
First pitch. Shuttlefield is low and inside for ball one. All right, for ball 2-2 now. Three now. Pitch is rolled in for ball four. Shuttlefield will walk to first in 4 pitches, so that'll send the tying run to the plate in long.
Got a pinch runner on first, Josh.
All righty.
Number 30.
That is Ashlyn Adrian. Pinch run earlier today. His first pitch is half swung at for strike number 1. Adrian's safe at second, nearly overran it. Why got a slide. A lot easier to get under the tag, and it's easier to stay on the base. Adrian, an 8th grader. And now they're going to challenge because Adrian pinch ran for someone else in this game. So now they're going to have to check the lineup cards, and I believe she pinch ran for Anna Hadley earlier. And since she advanced on the play, then she's out. Well, as they talk it over.
I mean, we've had everything else.
Should be able to. Yep.
We've had everything else happen in this game. We might as well have that happen too.
So I'll go down as a substitution error. 1 out. Yeah, it was not when Hadley hit the home run. It was the next at bat, I do believe. She singled, and then Adrian came and ran for her. This pitch is bunted by Long softly. It's a little bit of trouble, but they're going to get her in time as fouled. It's a nice stretch out there to pick up that throw, and that's the second out. And Anna Hadley will come back in. And, you know, it's a good move by North Mahaska's coaches, because if Adrian hadn't done anything, then all he would do is just take her out of the game and replace her with somebody else. But since she stole a base, then she had an active play, and that play no longer is valid. Therefore, it's an out. First pitch to Hadley is in the dirt. She's got 1 home run in the game already today, back in the 3rd inning. And if she can do it again, that would tie the game. It just fouled off. Strike one. Her home run came against Jolin. She's since batted against Gruy. And now batting against Darland. 1-1 to Hadley. Pitch. Swung on and hit over towards third. Fielded. Fired over by Gruy to first in time. And that is our ball game with a final score. North Mahaska able to hold on and split the doubleheader by a score of 17-16. So Pekin able to pick up a win, and North Mahaska pick up a win on the day, both by 1 point. And that will do it for our rainy Saturday.
That was a lot of softball, Josh.
It was only 2 games, but it was a long second game.
2 completely different games within one setting. So, they split the doubleheader. We thank all of our sponsors for making our broadcast possible here on Steve Shuttler Media. Let's see here. Let's pull up our schedule here real quick. Coming up next week, again, we'll be busy once again. Monday, Keota and Sigourney baseball. Thursday, Pekin and Highland softball. And then next Saturday, we'll be in Iowa City for a couple of Pekin games with Central City and Keota. So make sure you tune in then. That'll do it for today's broadcast. And we'll see you again down the road here on Steve Shuttler Media.